Yeah, I mean, I won't say it quite.
Am I on speaker tonight? Take me off speaker.
Mic check from the boardroom. Mute the room or mute here.
Good morning, Jackie. I'm not hearing anybody's audio.
Good morning, Robert.
Oh, I hear President Fulton.
Good morning. We're communicating with several people now. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
One more audio check from the green room.
You sound fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I always can look at my hair. I'm like, wait a minute. It's like a mirror. Oh my God.
So Mark and Jackie, it's Bevan. I just want to say I'm not going to be at all of the board meetings, so I'm probably going to switch over to my phone about 10:15 or so.
Got it.
Thanks.
To the meeting. We can get started. Director McPartland was just sent another invitation. He should be logging in shortly.
All right, let's give him a moment or so.
There he is.
It's the sunshine. Kind of cold. Uh,
There's Latifah.
everybody.
Madam Secretary, are we ready?
We are ready.
Thank you. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of November 18th, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-1521, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. The meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on that item is announced. When it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Again, *9 to virtually raise your hand, *6 to accept the unmute request. Comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Saltzman, I'll come back to her. It looks like there we go.
Are you calling roll? Sorry, my internet is
I
very
see.
bad.
Director
I'm here.
Saltzman, yes. Director Simon,
Here, I'll be on video shortly.
thank you. Director Allen,
Here.
Director Ames,
Here.
Director Duffy,
Here.
Director Lee,
Here.
Director McPartland,
Here.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartlin, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Do we have any, excuse me, are there any special guests in attendance today? Seeing none? All right. Well, let's move to item 2 on today's agenda, the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it then.
Second.
Okay, Director Allen.
I would like to have, if you don't mind, I'd like to have item, now I'm looking for it.
B,
Of course, it was on the first page. Item C removed, please.
all right, let's pull that from consent. So items A, B, and D. Is there any discussion on those items? Any public comment on those items? I don't see any. Madam Secretary, let's go to the vote.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye,
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
thank you. Director McPartlin, did you want to make comment regarding item C or ask for staff to give a brief report?
I would like to go ahead and pull it because it still needs a little bit of clarification and don't need a report from staff unless they want to end up getting into it. And I haven't discussed it other than mentioning it to Jackie that it basically has some problems. So I think that we probably ought to pull it completely and discuss it offline and see if we can resolve some problems. Just some technical stuff.
All right, thank you. Vice President Saltzman and then Director Allen.
So from the briefing I received, this seems fairly time sensitive. So I just want to check with staff and see, do we have time to do that and bring it back in December, or do we need to move forward today? Because if we're going to have a gap in service because we wait, I don't think that's worthwhile. So just want to hear from staff about that.
This Vice President Saltzman, Robert Powers, BART General Manager. Yeah, this is a December 31st expiration date. And so we'd like to, staff's recommendation is to move forward with this EDD right now. We're happy to have a discussion with Director McPartlin on this, but so again, our recommendation is, we take this item right now.
Okay, well, I'd like to move approval, but I would like to hear from Director McPartlin about his concerns.
Well, I was hoping not to air this in public because I think it's flawed at several levels. Under the EDD, and I've got it around here someplace, here we go. Under the EDD, it says that this is for BLS. And then in paragraph 2, it talks about standby paramedic services. And paramedic services is advanced life support. There's a difference in training and performance of about tenfold between an EMT and a paramedic, number one. Number two is that if it is advanced life support, then in fact, the only agency that is eligible to provide advanced life support services in Alameda County would be Falk, because they have the contract from the Alameda County, LIMSA, which is the local emergency medical services agency. Third, if this is going to be BLS and not ALS, the first one that was written in 2008 was advanced life support. And I need a legal clarification for whether or not BART is held to the same standard as a public service agency, i.e. special district and a public entity in relationship to a ambulance company versus Santa Barbara in the 1980s, wherein the case law that was established for that under review identified that there was a proposal to go from paramedic services and reduce it down to basic life support. And when they ended up trying to do that, they were sued and they found out that basically the law is that if you're providing advanced life support services, thou shalt not, under any circumstances, reduce it to a lower level of healthcare, pre-hospital healthcare. Now, if that is identified at the level of a municipality, there may be an escape clause whereby we could end up using basic life support instead of ALS. If it refers to public entities, then the answer to that is no. So this needs to be taken a look at, and no, it does not raise to the level of being able to identify whether we should end up having advanced life support services, basic life support services, and you have a mixed match basically on the very first page where you're talking about you're giving paramedic services, but it's basic life support. I didn't want to get into these details until I had a chance to talk it over with staff and try to get into the background of it. But this thing, the way it stands right now is, I don't know which way you want to go. And if the answer is advanced life support services, then by the way, the ambulance company that you're planning to give this contract to is very good. And they can do a very good job. But they're not licensed for advanced life support in Alameda County for pre-hospital care. So yeah, I think we need to table it, and staff needs to do a little bit of research.
Director Allen and then Director Rayburn.
Well, I guess I would like to know what staff's answer to some of those questions. And I want to thank Director McPartland for raising these issues. It sounds like we have some important legal, questions to answer. I think we have a December 2nd meeting that we could still bring this to. And I would actually support Director McPartland in tabling this and bringing it back on December 2nd, once some of these matters are resolved. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we ask for staff's response, Director Rayburn? Oh, you're muted.
I'm also interested in staff's response. I would like to know, though, first, what are we providing at West Oakland today? Is it EMTs or paramedics?
Good morning, directors. Michael Jones, Deputy General Manager. So I'll try to answer Director McPartland's two-part question and Director Rayburn's question. Right now, we are providing advanced life support services at West Oakland. However, on the West Bay side, we are providing basic life support services. Staff is not aware, and we've checked in with legal here and the Chief of Police, we are not aware that there is a requirement that we provide advanced life support services. So the recommendation from staff is to approve the EDD for basic life support services at West Oakland. This is a critical operation. It has significant impacts on trans-bay service when we have to assist an individual on and off the train and keep the service moving. So with that, staff's firm recommendation is that the board adopt the EDD. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Saltzman.
There wasn't a request for a second for the motion, so I don't know if my motion is live or not, but it certainly isn't live unless there's a second, but I still do want to make the motion. It seems like for the short time we have, we're not going to go out and get a new contract. So our options here are either we have a gap in service or we approve this contract or we approve some modified version, but we can't have nothing come January 1st. I mean, that doesn't seem like an option to me. So I guess I don't see any other options on the table besides approving this. Otherwise, we're going to have a gap in service. We can come back December 2nd, but at that point, we're still going to have to approve it. We're not going to get some other different type of contract at that point. There's just not time. So I would like to ask for a second, and then we can
Will
see where
do.
this goes.
Will
I'll
do.
second. It's Latifa.
All right. Director Simon has seconded the motion. Director Ames, then Director Lee, then Director McPartland.
Okay, so if we don't have advanced life support services at West Oakland, what is the plan B for having that level of care?
Well, if I could step in, I don't know that there is a plan B without a contract. So
No, I'm talking about the Director McPartland's concern of not having
Okay.
that level of care. So I guess this is related to, the paramedics being able to supply medical, drugs, treatment. I really don't know the depth of the level of care that's needed. But it sounds like we should have a plan B. Is it the county that can provide the service if we need it, or it's just not going to be provided at all? I guess I need clarification on from staff. Can we come up with an additional level of service of care at West Oakland?
So Director Ames, Deputy General Manager Jones. So this service is chosen by BART so that we can keep the trains moving. Basic life support services is totally sufficient. It's what we do on the West Bay right now. So in our opinion, we respectfully disagree with the director that we have to have advanced life services. If we didn't have any services, we would be at the mercy of other basic life or advanced life providers, and it would severely hamper our on-time performance.
I get the need for basic. I'm just asking if we can have the option to do advanced if necessary, like an on-call option. I mean, I just don't know, is that even possible? That's my final question.
Director, I think the only other option beyond basic life services is we'd be at the mercy of the local providers. We'd have to call 911 and we'd wait and we'd hold the trains. That would be option 2.
Director Lee.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I think option 2 here is untenable, so I don't see it as an option. I think we have to approve this in time for January 1st. With that said, I admit that, when I had the briefing with staff, these concerns didn't come up. So I am amenable and will likely vote to just take a vote in early December, acknowledging what Director Salzman said, which is that likely not much is going to change here. But I think for my own sort of conscience, I'm okay to make that decision early December.
Thank you. Director McPartland.
Okay, I will not vote for this because there's the potential that if we were to do so, it would be in violation of the law. That's not number one. I'm so intimately aware of the particulars associated with this because ever since I ended up going to work with BART in 2002, we've been in the position where there were delays on not a frequent basis, but when we ended up having delays, they were usually going to end up being at the West Oakland or at the Embarcadero station for whatever reason, so without getting into the details. And they were disruptive. And it became a thorn in our side. And then it was proposed by then Paul Overseer that we ended up instituting this. The reason that I know it so well is because the first EDD in 2008 was written by an employee by the name of John McPartland. And I know about the case law associated with Santa Barbara by virtue of the fact that I was an emergency medical services manager for 11 years for the city of Oakland. So I'm not going to vote for something that's potentially against law, item number one. will basic life support services be adequate for our needs? The answer to that is yes. And if we had initiated this service with basic life support, we'd be in really good shape right now, and I'd be the first guy trying to advance this. But potentially it's against the law. And if San Francisco was is providing basic life support services right now, then potentially that's in violation of the law. And I don't know how long we've been doing that. That's about all I have to say. Can you end up finding out about this quickly? Yeah, you can end up finding out about this in about a half an hour if you call up and get a legal opinion from Alameda County Health. And I've got them on speed dial. I can even give you the telephone number, and we can end up bringing this back in December. I hope that it does not involve advanced life support services, because if that's the case, then the contractor that we have selected, who will be able to do a excellent job, is ineligible because they're not the contracted advanced life support provider for Alameda County.
President Foley, I just want to jump in one more time. I want to make sure the board is clear that there is no requirement that BART provides basic or advanced life support services. We provide this service to make sure that we ensure adequate service levels on a system. If we waited for 911 every time we had an issue in the Transbay Tube on either side, you would be killing me and the GM on on-time performance. So the reason that we are adamant about this recommendation is because we are aware and cognizant of the fact that it's going to impact service if we don't have it. But we do not have to provide life support services at all in our system. We do this to keep the trains moving. Just making sure that the board's clear on that.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Allen, then Vice President Saltzman, then Director Rayburn, and I'd like us to make a decision.
So I'm thankful to Director McPartland for raising this issue. This was an important conversation. But I think if we truly do not have a requirement to provide advanced life support services, and that has been confirmed by BART and our legal people, then I'm willing to move forward with the motion to approve the low bidder in this case, which I believe was Royal. But I guess I'm making that decision based on the statement of Deputy General Manager Jones, who is stating that we do not have an obligation to provide this service. And I think if that's the case, we should move forward with Royal. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
I too am sympathetic with the arguments put forth by Director McPartland, and I would like to suggest that we table this item for today, come back on December 2nd, and in the meantime, let's explore all the legal ramifications. Let's see what those are and answer those questions before I can give this a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Can I offer a similar but different suggestion?
Please, thank you.
That we just hold off on this vote until later in the meeting, and maybe sometime, we have many items to come. We have closed session. We could even do it after that, and maybe some of this could be handled. I got an in-depth briefing about it, so I don't have any more questions, but it seems like not all the directors did. So maybe there could be some discussions offline. I am really nervous. I mean, I'm sure our staff will rush as much as they can to get this contract implemented. But when we approve something, it's not like the next day it goes into effect. They have a bunch of steps after that. So the time between December 2nd and December 31st is a very short time, and it's the holidays. So it makes me really nervous if we had more time, I'd be fine pushing this off. But if we can get it done later in the meeting, I think that is much better. And it does seem like we have a split board at the moment. I'm not sure where the votes would lie if we take this up right now. So staff, could you get with Director McPartland offline some point during this meeting and follow up on what he needs? And can we bring this up later in the meeting if that's okay with the president?
I fully support revisiting this issue later in the agenda.
Staff will work with legal and will provide a response to the board prior to the close of the meeting. Thank you.
Director Duffy, did you want to?
No,
No, you're
I'm okay now. Thank you.
okay. Thank you. All right. So we will, I guess, temporarily table this item until later in the agenda. So with that, I believe we are done with the consent calendar.
We do have a caller, President Bowles.
Okay, let's go to that public comment. Thank you.
Shane, you may address the board. *6 to unmute yourself.
I see Shane has a hand up.
We can hear you now.
Oh, I didn't have a comment. I was just listening.
Oh, your hand is raised.
Okay.
That's okay. I will lower your hand. There you go. No problem. President Bully, you may carry on.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, let's turn to item 3, public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on matters that are under our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. So again, if you'd like to address the board, please dial *9 now to virtually raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. Thank you for putting up a clock. Thank you again for doing the Pledge of Allegiance with the flag. It means a lot to me. I do it too. We should always do that. Just another day, mostly a lot of miscellaneous stuff. I was listening to the music of Jerry Rafferty, who did a song called Night Owl. And at first it reminded me of riding the Long Island Railroad at Metro North at night. And then I realized, well, I have ridden BART at night. I think back to about 8 years ago when I used to ride BART at about 11 o'clock at night. And so that song brought back a lot of good memories. So I want us to be able to have the safest, most reliable BART that we can have, especially at night. And we'll see what happens with this ambulance thing. I maintain to you that I don't want to be stuck in the tunnel. And, you know, I just looked at a New York City subway map. And I think I counted 16 tunnel crossings and 3 bridge crossings and 4 other railroad tunnel crossings and another railroad bridge crossing. So we should ask what they do in New York to try to keep the trains moving. So I don't want to be stuck in the tunnel where things get hot and all kinds of things happen, and we got to keep the railroad moving. And Clipper is very, very important, as I maintain to you. And I read a thing in the Accessibility Task Force. I think that December 31, we're going to be moving past paper tickets for good, and we should do that. Other systems have done that, because every time you sell a paper ticket, that's a possibility of reaching someone who could benefit from Clipper Start. So rather than people paying surcharges, they can save 20% off by riding BART using Clipper Start. So we got to keep working on our Clipper. And I ask that we engage and not live in a vacuum. I think of many dynamic leaders around the country in this space, like MJ Maynard in Las Vegas, Deborah Johnson in Denver, and Jano Lieber in New York City. I ask that we not keep ourselves in a box, but we be willing to engage with other peer systems and learn from each other, because I want a BART that is not just acceptable or world class, but great and legendary. You can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. It's legendary and stately. I want a BART that will remember this, that it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. I believe we have some additional public comment.
Angelo Arminio, you may address the board.
Thank you. I would like to thank you this morning for letting me speak. I am a employee with the district. In December, I will have 9 years. I first started out part-time as a track worker, only working 30 hours a week. Eventually moved up to being full-time, and now currently I take pride in being in the buildings department. While I've been in buildings, I've been a part of a lot of big projects and kind of one of the key workers in my department. Recently, had my daughter in March of last year, 2020, greatest moment of my life. This year, I found out I was having another kid, another great moment in my life. But it's kind of being robbed from me right now with your guys' mandate with the vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I don't bring any kind of politics into it. I respect everybody's, how they want to be with their life. And it's really hard on me right now with this whole mandate and having no testing option. I just really doesn't sit well with me. I've given the district my life. I've always worked here, been here for long hours. At one point in my career, I almost lost my life to an incident with a third rail arcing out when it was supposed to be off and it wasn't. With that incident, I tried to, put it behind me, still suffer some PTSD from it, but I've learned to just kind of cope with it and deal with it. And, this whole thing with the mandate has really put stress on. I would really like for the board to look at a testing option for us. There's a lot of dedicated employees in the district that are going to lose their jobs because of this mandate. And a lot of us care about the system. I myself, coming from a custom home background builder, I take pride in doing great work for the district. Even though it's a transit system, I take pride in what I do and make sure it looks good and will last for years to come. I would like to thank Director Allen for standing up for me and my family and voting no on the mandate. And means a lot to me. I know these are hard times, but we all have to remember we're human. We all have families. And I would like to continue my career at BART. I don't want to go nowhere else. I take pride in being a BART employee. I take pride in keeping the system up and going and making it look good, and I don't want to go nowhere else. I've invested 10 years here. I've nearly lost my life here. And I would just really like for you guys to just rethink the testing option and give us some kind of option so we can stay here and take pride in being a worker and, retire from here. And that's basically all I have to say. I appreciate the board for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arminio. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. It looks like there's some additional public comment.
Rhiannon Doyle, you may address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. This is Rhiannon Doyle. I'm one of the employees that spoke at the board meeting on October 14th. I had expressed my concerns over the harassment I had received regarding my religious exemption, as well as harassment over being unvaccinated. I'd also filed a complaint with OCR, to which I've had zero follow-up on it. Director Foley in the last meeting had said someone would also follow up with me, which that never happened. I was advised to send a follow-up email to Director Foley, which I did on November 4th, and I still have not received any response. So I'm taking this as it's smoke and mirrors from BART to appease the public. On a side note, I'd like to say that this is poor business practice in addition to violating Fair Employment Business Code. It was brought to my attention yesterday that a certain union president, not mine, had stated that BART will be losing a lot of money if all employees are not vaccinated due to the federal mandate. After speaking with my union president this morning, he doesn't think that BART's progressive vaccination mandate has anything to do with federal funding. However, I beg to differ, considering an article written by Washington Post that was titled "Biden Administration Considers Withholding Funds and Other Measures to Spur Vaccinations." According to BART's website, we will be receiving billions of dollars in transportation funding. I wonder how much of this will go directly to BART. Is this the money that the union president was speaking about? So if Washington Post article is true, and in order for BART to continue to receive federal funding, they will need to do what the federal government says. Last time I checked, bribery was illegal. The question is, who all is involved in negotiating this bribery on BART's end? I've been here for 14 and a half years, and I've noticed that BART wastes a lot of money. I traveled to all the different zones in the district, and I've heard stories. I've talked to a lot of different departments, and they can also attest to it. In the last year, since the pandemic started, our department alone, BPD, has hired over 64 people that I could see. That's not including the 20 CIS and 10 ambassadors. So if BART doesn't get this federal funding, are they going to be up a creek without a paddle? I'd like to end this with a suggestion that all of you read from Matthew 13, verse 24 to 30, the parable of the weeds.
Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Just to clarify, I did in fact reach out to staff that day and was under the impression that they were going to connect with you. If I was mistaken, I apologize, but I'd like to ask staff once again to reach out to Ms. Doyle so that we can close the loop on this. So thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Scott, you may address the board.
Hi, good morning. I'm also a BART employee, and I have been speaking at the last few board meetings. I also would like to read an article. It comes from a study done in Israel, where the health minister data on the wave of COVID outbreaks, which began in May, show that Israelis with immunity from natural infection were far less likely to become infected again in comparison to Israelis who have had immunity via vaccination. More than 7,700 new cases of virus had been detected during the most recent wave starting in May, but just 72 of the confirmed cases were reported in people who were known to have been infected previously. That is less than 1% of the new cases. I would like to also have a motion for the board to reconsider the testing option. I would also like them to consider natural immunity because there's a lot of us that are unvaccinated that have already had COVID. I'd also just like to read a couple numbers off of the VAERS. Over 800,000 adverse reactions have been submitted. 18,000 life-threatening, 83,000 number of hospitalizations, 17,000 deaths from the vaccine, 26,000 permanent disabilities, 127,000 office visits, and 91,000 emergency room visits with 575 birth defects. This COVID vaccine has more deaths in just 10 months than a whole list of yellow fever, rubella, anthrax since 1990 until recent. COVID has had more deaths than all of these other vaccines combined. I'd also like to bring the point up that with this mandate and this vaccine, that I cannot leave this or put this on when I come to work, and I can't leave it at work when I go home. And so would you be willing to pay us for being vaccinated 24 hours a day, since we are now mandated to do this in order to perform our job duties? I would also just like to mention that the number of deaths per manufacturer companies, Pfizer BioNTech, 440,000, Moderna, 313,000, and J&J, 63,000. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate your feedback and thoughts. Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? No, looks like we do.
Joe, you may address the board.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for your time. I'm also a BART employee. I've been an employee for a little over 8 years. What first attracted me to this job was that it was a job that was not only serving the public, but it was something that I could retire from. Like it was a great opportunity. And I think I would venture to say that all of the BART employees looked at it as a great opportunity. And yet here we are. Now I'm 8 years in, and I'm being told that, well, if you don't take this vaccine, then you're going to lose your job. I need to be very clear on this. I'm not anti-vaccine. I never have been. And through all of this, through working with everybody side by side with masks on, which was a BART approved method of preventing the spread, I've told everybody that I've ever come in contact with, if you feel it's necessary for your protection, then please get the vaccine. If it makes you feel better, please get it. But I don't feel it's necessary for everybody to have it, especially when you consider that for the last 2 years, we've been told repeatedly by the board, by everyone, that masks and social distancing are more than capable of slowing the spread down and completely eliminating the spread. And yet now, because there's this new flashy toy out there that we have no research on other than immediate research that is showing that it is extremely dangerous, now we're going to mandate that for all employees, which I think is a huge mistake, because that is a sweeping broad brush that doesn't take into effect individual jobs. Some people like myself, I happen to work in a shop by myself. I come into contact with individuals very rarely for maybe 20 to 30 minutes a day. And yet, even though I'm working by myself, I'm being told that I have to take a vaccine to protect other people. BART's major claim for employees is that safety is paramount, right? That's what's driving this vaccine mandate for you guys. Well, what about the safety risks involved in it? I would venture to say that the fact of the matter is, with our employee sick rate tied to this COVID, it's minimal. 200 some cases of employees that have contracted COVID out of 300,000 or out of 3,000 is a minimal number. And aside from 2 people that passed away, unfortunately, everybody has recovered. That seems to speak pretty loud to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate your comments. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional public comment?
There are no additional public commenters.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, with that, let's turn our direction to item 4 on the agenda, which is our Controller Treasurer's Report. And this is the quarterly report for the period ending June 30th, 2021. This is an information item, and I will turn it over to staff.
Good morning, directors. This is Chris Gann, Interim Controller Treasurer. So I will start the presentation by walking you through the changes in the balances of our pension trust and the trust assets of the Retiree Health Benefits and Survivors Benefit Plan, as shown on page 3. Slide 3, please. Okay. Can you move to slide 3? Thank you. So this page summarizes the quarterly and the year-to-date changes in the district's 3 trust accounts. The top table shows changes during the quarter in the value of the assets and the investment return for each plan from inception to date. The bottom table summarizes the changes during the fiscal year and the annual return for fiscal year 21. Our Retiree Health Benefit Trust continue its upward trend. The assets of the trust increased by $29.1 million from the previous quarter. The trust earned $25.9 million during the quarter, and the district's contribution to the trust exceeded expenses by $3.2 million.
For fiscal year 2021, the net assets of the trust increased by $112.2 million from $389 million in June 2020 to $501.3 million in June 2021. The trust earned 23.6% or $93.9 million, and the district's contribution to the trust exceeded expenses by $18.3 million during the fiscal year. The inception to date return for the RHBT improved during the quarter by 0.2% to 7.9% from 7.7% reported in the previous quarter. For the Survivors Benefit Trust, the net assets of the trust, which are invested in moderately aggressive funds similar to the portfolio of the RHBT, increased by $976,000 during the quarter. The year-to-date return through the end of the fiscal year was 18.9%. For the fiscal year, the assets of the Survivors Benefit Trust increased by $1.8 million. For Section 115 Pension Trust, the increase in the net assets, the net assets of the trust increased by $9.96 million, due primarily to the contributions of $10 million by the district during the fiscal year. The assets of the trust, which is conservatively invested in the bond market, increased during the quarter by $229,000, but fiscal year to date, net assets declined slightly by $37,000. Next slide, please. So this page shows the funding status of our miscellaneous and safety pension plans and other post-employment benefit plans. This quarter's quarterly report reflects the latest actuarial valuations available for our miscellaneous and safety pension plans and for the survivors benefit plan. The update to the pension plans were based on valuation report provided by CalPERS for the year ended June 30, 2020. The latest report from CalPERS reflected an increase in the unfunded liability on the miscellaneous plan by $80.9 million from $677 million to $758 million. Total liability of the plan increased by $141.7 million to $2.759 billion. And the market value of the plan increased by $61 million from $1.9 billion to $2.001 billion. For the safety plan, the unfunded liability increased by $17 million from $155 million to $173 million. Market value of safety plans assets increased by almost $10 million from $227 million to $237 million. However, this increase was offset by $28 million increase in total liability. As far as funding is concerned, the funded percent for both pension plans declined slightly from the previous valuation. The miscellaneous plan declined to 72.5% compared to 74.1% in the previous valuation, and the safety plan decreased to 57.9% from 59.4%. For the survivors benefit plan, the percent funded increased to 41.3% from 23.4% reported previously. The plan's total liability decreased by $13.7 million from $35 million to $21 million. The primary driver of the improvement is due to change in the discount rate used in the latest valuation report. Based on expected investment return, similar to the RHBT, the discount rate used in the current valuation is 6.5% compared to 3.5% in the previous report. Next slide, please. So slides 5 through 9 shows the historical changes to the balances of the assets, the total liabilities, the unfunded liabilities, and the funded ratios for the miscellaneous and safety pension plans and for the retiree health benefit trust. So I'm going to move forward to slide 10. So our outstanding grants receivable as of June 30, 2021, amounted to $69.6 million. Of the total outstanding receivable, $62.3 million or 90% are current, and 6% is over 121 days. As of today, we've collected about $58.9 million or 90% of the current outstanding receivables. We've also collected 80% of the receivables over 121 days and 100% of all the receivables between 31 days to 120 days. Overall, we've collected, as of today, about $65.3 million, or about 94% of the total receivables outstanding at the end of June. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our total cash and investments in the general fund and working capital fund as of June 30, 2021 is $680 million, an increase of about $101 million compared to the previous quarter, mostly due to timing. So the weighted average maturity of our portfolio of 73 days and our weighted average rate of return on investment of 0.05% did not change from the previous quarter. As mentioned in my previous quarterly report, we've started to invest in Local Agency Investment Fund, or LAIF, beginning in September 2021. The investment in LAIF provides a higher rate of return than U.S. Treasury bills. And for the quarter ended September, they provide a return of about 0.2% compared to 0.05% for U.S. Treasury bills. At the end of June, next slide, please. Thanks. Thank you. At the end of June 2021, about $58 million of the district's cash and investments held in the general fund and working capital fund are restricted, and $622 million are unrestricted. The balance of restricted funds held by the general fund increased by $9.3 million from $48.8 million in March, mostly from advances received from BTA for operating and maintenance agreement. But this was offset by continued utilization of the SFO reserves to cover the shortfall on the extension. The unrestricted capital funds decreased by $19.4 million during the quarter for amounts spent on capital projects. Of the total capital fund of $289.2 million, as of June 30, 2021, $276.6 million had been allocated to projects, and about $73 million of the unallocated funds had been programmed. Next slide, please. So the district's total obligation did not change from the previous quarter, since principal payments are made in July for the sales tax revenue bonds and in August for outstanding GO bonds. What I want to highlight here is the new property tax assessment, which will be in effect in November 2021 to cover the debt service for fiscal year 2022. So that rate is $2.50 for Measure AA GO bonds and $3.50 for Measure RR GO bonds per 100,000 of valuation. These rates are lower than assessments made in the prior year, since cash collections in fiscal year 21 were higher than anticipated, and so the excess funds collected will be used to pay the debt service in fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. Our operating and other reserves this quarter increased by $59.9 million to $395.6 million at the end of June. During the quarter, $21.5 million of the remaining amount in the operating reserve for economic uncertainty that were funded by CARES Act grant recognized in the previous year were reallocated back to the general fund to fund operations. This was offset by increase of $65.8 million in operating reserve for economic uncertainty funded from the CRISTA grant that were set aside during the quarter. For fiscal year 2021, a total of $169.5 million from the CRISTA grant were set aside to be used to fund operations in fiscal year 2022. The operating reserve for fiscal stability for pension increased by $10.2 million during the quarter due to the $10 million additional contribution to the pension trust. The remaining increase of $0.2 million is from investment income. And as part of the year-end budget allocation for fiscal year 2021, an additional operating reserve for BART operations in the amount of $5.39 million was set aside in the quarter. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Before we go to director's comments, let's look for public comment. Madam Secretary.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I may not be qualified to speak, but I'm going to try anyway. I'm not qualified to speak on aircraft engines either, but I do fly on airplanes. A good report. A lot of complex stuff about pensions and trusts. I mean, so far, at least the pensions are getting paid. I don't know if this implies there will be a fiscal cliff, but I guess as long as we're paying what the pension fund asks, we should hopefully be all right. Hopefully they're not undercharging us, but we want to make sure that everybody gets paid. And I appreciate that we are getting the receivables pretty timely, that most of it is coming in within 30 days because we got to get paid. And I pay all my bills timely. Most of them are automatic. So when we have a bill, we should expect to be paid. Nobody, I see a couple of agencies, 3.9 million here over 121 days. We need to get our money. I would be upset if I had to wait that long for my money, but it's happened. But, you know, we used to have a report about our payment performance, and I think it was dropped out. And I mean, we have to have a dashboard as far as how well we are paying things. We should be paying things within 30 days. I guess I would presume that we are because we're not reporting on it. I would hope that we're using electronic payment and not dependent on carrying a briefcase around full of paper checks. So we need to talk about that more. And especially when it looks like we have about $300 million of liquid assets. If we do have things to pay, then we should be writing the checks, doing the electronic payments and keeping up with that, because it looks good when you pay for things on time. And I mean, I'm sure we do, but we have to have a dashboard, because I maintain to you that this is public. This railroad is not a personal train set for anybody. This is the people's money. And thank you for bringing it forward. And why is that? Because BART is indeed the people's system, and I'm one of the people. So thank you for the report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Seeing no additional public comment, let's turn to the board. I have Director Rayburn, then Director Allen, then Vice President Saltzman.
Thank you very much for your report, Chris. It's very thorough. And I just learned from your presentation now that we're going to receive a drop in the parcel tax receipts for our general obligation bonds. Do you have a dollar amount for an estimate that we could look at?
What dollar amount are you asking,
For
Director
both
Reverend? Is it
the
the debt
AA
service for
bonds
the?
and the RR bonds?
Yeah.
What will be the drop in revenue from the parcel tax?
Yeah, so the drop in the revenues is about, let me just look at my table. I think it's about $60 million. And that represents the cash on hand that we have as of after we paid the debt service in August of 2021. So we have significantly, our cash balance is quite significant compared to previous years because of the excess collection from fiscal year 2021.
And are the declines uniform throughout all three counties?
It's not, yeah. So it's not really a decline. It's just excess cash receipt. So we've collected our debt service requirement for 2021 were met. And then we have excess collections for Measure RR. We have about $26 million in the bank that we can use for debt service for fiscal year 22. And then for Measure AA, we have about $34 million in the bank.
But the actual parcel tax payments will be lower by $60 million in those three counties.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Director Rayburn, because we can't really assess. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's correct, Director Rayburn, because we can't really assess property tax if we already have the sufficient fund to cover that service.
We'll have further discussions, I'm sure, over this. I also want to touch on the Section 115 pension trust, and what captured my attention was a negative return for the past year. However, I see some glimmer of hope, of course, with the local infrastructure financing that you're pursuing. But that has a limitation. When we look at the pie chart on page 11, it shows what, 383, almost 381 billion. $381 million that's in government bonds. We're not going to be able to shift all of those government bonds to a better performing, a better return through the LIFA, you call it?
It's LAIF, L-A-I-F, local
LAIF.
agency.
Yeah.
Yes.
And about how much would we be able to shift total?
So the maximum limit by the state that you can invest in that fund is $75 million. So as of September, we've invested about $61.3 million in LAIF.
All right.
And we've added the additional up to $75 million. We've added the remainder I think in October or November of this year.
Thank you very much for pursuing the LAIF funds. That's a very smart move. That's all, the only questions I have.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Let's go to Director Allen, then Vice President Salzman.
Thank you, President Foley. Thank you, Chris, for the report every quarter, diligently laying out all of these important concepts regarding our finance. I do have a list of questions, just starting on slide number 3, the summary of trust assets. The first thing is really just a suggestion. What would really give us a lot more information is if you added 2 columns into this slide, and the first column being the amount of contributions made during the period, And then the second column being, expenses paid out in form of benefits. And then the third column would be the earnings, gains or losses, right, of each of the trusts. That would actually speak really more to at least me, because when you look at this the way it is now, it just shows the increase or decrease over the quarter. And when I look at the 115 trust, I see a 10 million and some change increase, but really 10 million of that 10,229,000 is a contribution made from BART to the trust. So I think this would, tell a better picture if we added those columns sort of telling us what the increases and decreases mean. Also, I want to just comment on the Section 115 pension trust, the inception to date return. I don't really focus so much on the lower number, the loss for the quarter. We never look at pensions over just a quarter or a year. They're a long-term thing that we have to look at over the long term. But I do want to mention the 1.7% since inception is important, because if that trust is not at least meeting the CalPERS assumed rate of return, which I believe is now around 7%, if that trust isn't meeting that, then what that says is that we really would have been better off paying off the layers of the CalPERS unfunded liability instead of establishing this trust. That was a discussion we had when we established the trust. And so this is really what we should be looking at. Is this trust at least meeting what CalPERS is meeting over the long haul? Then we go to, let's see, the next page, the funding summary. And, it is worth noting, you did point this out, that the funding status of the CalPERS pension trusts have both declined by a couple of points. That can happen for a variety of reasons. It's not all. But I'm looking forward to bringing the actuarial evaluation report, which comes annually from our actuaries. I'm looking forward to bringing that to the audit committee for discussion. And then it is worth noting that the Retiree Health Benefit Trust and the Survivors Benefit Trust both went up in funding status. So that's a good thing. We're actually catching up there. The next slide 5, just shows that decrease. I do have a question here, though. Does this slide 5 include the 115 pension trust dollars included into the whole funding mechanism, or is this just CalPERS?
This is only, I'm sorry. Director Allen, Chris Gant, it only shows CalPERS.
It might be helpful in the future to show it including the 115 trust, because that 115 trust is a part of additional funding and could change this number a little bit. So maybe as we go forward, it might be useful to consider that. And then let's see, skipping over to the slide 11, where you're showing the investment pie chart. So I'm very glad to hear you're moving things to LAIF. I think it's a more efficient way to manage the cash investments of the district, given the really super low rates of return we're seeing. But I think, I see here that you've got a 73-day weighted average maturity. And I'm wondering, how do we intend to manage that going forward, with respect to the longer duration securities that we may be holding, or, are we going to just sort of move completely to LAIF to manage that? Because that's kind of tricky in a time like now, where we're looking at a lot of talk of inflation, and that has the potential to bring rising interest rates, rising rates of return. That's a good thing, on one hand, but it also tends to devalue the current investments that we have. So I'm just wondering, will we be kind of looking to LAIF to manage that more and more, or are we still going to be managing what we think is ahead?
Chris Gann again, Director Allen. So for investment in LAIF, we are actually just limited to a maximum amount of 75 million. So we have more than that too.
Okay.
So unfortunately, we're limited in that sense. So we will need to continue to manage some of the funds by investing it in treasury bills. And currently, we're investing it on a short-term basis in the hope that the interest rate will rise. And that's how we're managing it right now.
So is mostly everything being managed short-term at this point? I mean, 73
yes.
days is a pretty low weighted average maturity. So
Yeah, because we're hoping that the interest rate will increase in the near term. And the difference between, the interest rate for short term and long term right now is not really significant.
Right. Okay. So then going to the reserves on slide 14, I'm just curious, the operating reserve for BART operations. Can you give us a little bit more explanation of why that happened and what our plan there is?
Yeah, I'm going to have, I have Chris Simi to answer that.
Sure. Hey, Director Chris Simi, Budget Director
Hi,
here.
Chris.
That is part of there was a $10 million year-end FY21 allocation made to BART. And what you're seeing here is it was split between a capitalizable element and a non-capitalizable element. And so it's mostly for equipment, things like that. And there's a lot of items there that are not capitalizable. And you are seeing that amount show up here on the reserve. So they're going to be spending that over the course of this year on BART, mostly on parts and maintenance type of things.
So that's something that will I'm sorry. That's something that we allocated for FY21, and we expect to need to use that in the current fiscal year. So it's kind of a one-year deal. Okay, that's all. I was just wondering if that was going to be kind of an ongoing thing for BART, and if that was the case, why? And I think those are my questions. So thank you again, Chris and Chris and all of the other staff people involved in producing all of this information.
Thank you, Director Allen. Vice President Salzman, I wanted to just briefly apologize for calling you out of order. For whatever reason in Zoom, I had it listed differently. So please.
No problem. I just have a quick question that I expect can't be answered today. So I was just hoping for a follow-up memo. With the CalPERS board vote this week, I just wanted to get some follow-up in the coming weeks about what that means for what our projected expenses are going to be to CalPERS in the coming years. So they did two things that kind of go in the opposite direction. They changed the discount rate to 6.8%, but they also had like the best year they've had in a very long time in terms of investment return. So it's this odd thing that might make sense in the long term. So it's like in the long term, it looks worse, but in the short term, it's better. And so our rates might actually, what we need to pay might go down next year and then go up after that. So I'm not sure I fully understand it. I've read about it, but I don't know what it means for BART. So if you could get us a memo in the coming weeks, or if it takes longer than that, the coming months, I'm very interested in finding out how that impacts our projections and if that's in line with what we had been projecting for the next 5 years or so.
Director Saltzman, just a brief comment on that. So it's really part of the strategy adopted by CalPERS, wherein in order to minimize the impact of the adjustment in the discount rate, they usually would adjust it only when the returns on investments is good. So, but their ultimate goal is to actually lower the discount rate to, I think, 6%.
I understand that. And I know that our projections assume that they're going to be lowered over a certain amount of time, and that's going to impact us. That's why we established this trust to be able to pay our pension costs later because they're going to go way up. But at the same time, they had this kind of historic year. And so maybe next year, I don't know how quickly it impacts us. I don't know if the year after what we have to pay might go down, but I don't know if it's significant. So anyway, I'd like to get more information on how that impacts us.
Is that something that staff can provide, please?
Well, we'll get with the actuary and provide your response, Director.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so looks like we have concluded that agenda item, and I want to thank the interim controller treasurer, Chris Scan, for that. I much appreciate it. And let's resume the discussion we had earlier regarding the consent item C, which is the award for basic life services at West Oakland BART station. And it's my understanding that General Counsel has confirmed that it is not a requirement. And if you recall, this is a motion that was made by Vice President Saltzman, seconded by Director Simon. Director Duffy.
Yes, I hope Director McPartland, when he can, will come back on camera, because certainly I respect that he had some questions. As you pointed out, General Counsel Gina Zealand did send all of us an email indicating that there is no statutory requirement that we provide these services, and so no requirement as to the level of emergency health services be provided. I want to agree with directors that spoke earlier about the importance of these services to passengers who have health crises on our system, as well as to the overall operational strength of our system and being able to address these emergency medical needs without stopping trains and creating log jams in our commute. I do want to add that our acting assistant general manager of operations and engineering, Shane Edwards, had in fact texted all directors offering a briefing on this item. And so I think that that shows integrity on the part of staff to reach out. And so, and I don't think that it's wise for us to postpone this to December and really limit the time to conclude and execute this new contract with this provider, which I think would create risks. So I would simply like to ask that we move forward, and directors that don't wish to vote for the item, I respect your right to do that. But I think that there is a majority in this board that would like to move forward based on the information we've received today.
Thank you, Director Duffy. So with that, let's go ahead and move to a vote. And this is for consent item C, which is the award of agreement number 6M as in Mary 9014 for basic life support services at West Oakland Station. And with that, Madam Secretary, would you call the vote?
Yes, the item was moved by Director Saltzman, seconded by Director Simon. Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Yes.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes, thanks for the legal opinion.
Director Duffy.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartland.
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let us move on to agenda item 6, which is our Engineering and Operations Committee. And I will turn it over to Chairperson Simon.
Thank you so much, President Foley. Before I open up the agenda for the meeting, I do want to say I want to thank my co-chair for this committee, Liz Ames, in advance for maybe jumping in as co-chair. I have a mandatory meeting for my 9 to 5 that I have to jump off for an hour. So, but that's at 11. So I want to thank you, Liz, for always being available and ready to jump right in. And so let's move to the agenda. And if you all will help me, patient with me in my own technology. So members of the board and members of the public, we have items A, B, C, and D For discussion today, we have 2 action items in A and B, and I know that the board has been briefed on both items, and for the sake of time, one is line A is an award of a contract of the Hayward Yard Protection Project, and item B is BART's annual surveillance report. Board members, I would like to ask if we can move both of these items without presentation for vote and move them together. If I could have a second, that was a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. Is there any discussion on the motion? Well, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. District Secretary, I'm sorry.
Do we have any public comment on those items?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm moving a little too fast. Let's see. I don't see any.
Leader Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Latifah Simon. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I wish your leave to speak on item B, which is about surveillance. I think it's important to take action. I mentioned to you why this is important. Because for me, especially as a person of disabilities and a person who does not fit societally established definitions, I do not want to feel alone in this system. Surveillance allows people who are in a position to help to see me, because anybody can be vulnerable to a medical event or some other thing unfortunate that could happen. And surveillance helps us to have a quicker response. Because if I have a medical event, I do not want to be lying on the ground unseen from having a heart attack or any other kind of thing that could happen. And I mean, I think I'm in pretty good shape. I climb up the stairs from deep subway stations in New York, but anything can happen to anybody. So I think this is reasonable. We have automated license plate readers. It's better than stationing people, having to count and tabulate these things. There just has to be options for people to reach out to help. So I ask that you have an open mind in being able to embrace means to watch over this system. It's not just $15 billion in infrastructure. It's not just about things, but this is about people. I am a person. It's about participating fully in the people system. I ask your yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dupree, and thank you so much to members of the board for alerting me that I had missed that important step. Vice President Salzman, I see your hand up.
I'm good with moving forward with both, but I just have a couple comments and questions about item B. So I'm really happy to see this move forward. I was finally able to read the report last night. We had quite a bit of reading this week for all the various committees meeting. But I just wanted to say I'm very happy that we have discontinued the use of the public video monitors. I think I was probably the most skeptical board members when that was discussed, and it was tested. It clearly didn't work. And so it's good to just not hang on to something because we have it up, and, you know, why not just keep using it, which I think maybe has been done in the past. So I'm really glad to see that this is data driven and we're willing to let things go. But on that same note, it does seem that the emergency phone towers at Coliseum have not been that effective either. I'm not saying they should be ripped out. And it does state that there's no current plans to move forward with expanding those. I just wanted to see, I mean, based on there being like 31 calls in a year on these phones, that just doesn't seem that effective for the investment. So I just wanted to see if there was any feedback from staff on that, and just some maybe commitment that there would be no moving forward. And if you decided to move forward, we'd kind of have a full hearing and discuss the implications and the costs and everything.
I appreciate that, Vice President Salzman. Shane or members of the senior team, would anybody like to reply to the 2 requests, the 2 questions?
Yes, good morning, Director Saltzman and Board. Mimi Balafi, Director of Security Programs. I have a note specifically on the emergency phone towers. It was noted that the impact of COVID on our ridership makes the analysis difficult to show an immediate causal effect of this technology. However, the data does suggest that this technology is being actively used by our patrons and does provide a valuable service. In particular, the technology provides an immediate connection to BART police, so both audibly and visually. And I do think that it also provides valuable visual reassurance for our riders.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I'd just like some commitment that you will come back to the board before installing them at other stations. And I understand the need to look at another year when there's more ridership. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, to that, Director Saltzman, Bob Powers, BART GM.
Okay, and then I have one final comment. And again, I'm sorry I didn't get to read this before my briefing because I would have said this privately, but there are several typos throughout this report. So I'm happy to move this item and item A, but only with the firm commitment that there will be very careful copy editing. I mean, there's a lot of typos in it.
Okay.
Again, Bob Powers, copy that, Director.
Okay, thank you. And so that's my motion for A and B.
You have a motion on the floor. Help me. I'm sorry, you have a motion?
I moved items A and B.
Oh, thank
I think
you.
was your request.
Yes, thank you so much. Can I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Director. So in my order, I have Director Lee and I have Director Rayburn.
Great. Comments are short. I have no comments on item A, but same with item B. I would echo what Vice President Saltzman just said about making sure to bring this back, you know, if we're installing additional technologies. I would say that typos aside, I do really appreciate that this comes back to the board every year. I actually find this like surveillance can be a very like nuanced and difficult to understand like policy area, but I actually find this annual report really accessible and really understanding the different kinds of technology that BART is using and, you know, just showing the complaints, the concerns. And with all that said, I am glad that, you know, we are not moving forward with the CCTV technology, given, you know, what we have learned. And it just did not, I wasn't on the board when I think the decision was, you know, made to install this technology. I think that there was some weird, you know, I don't know, there was some weird sort of surveillance thinking behind this, that we were going, like, we were gonna ask riders to sort of police each other, or the idea of surveillance from other civilians was going to stop certain things from happening. The data hasn't shown that. This is not, you know, useful technology. And I will say that I have heard, you know, enough rider complaints about it, both conceptually and actually in use. So again, I think that this annual surveillance report is a great way for us to really re-examine the technologies we use. And with that said, I'm very supportive of approving this today.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon. I want to comment on the surveillance report as well. The phone towers report very much interested me. It was the first time that I've seen data on their use. And while it may not be overwhelming in saying that we should deploy these in other locations, I think that they provide an intangible level of comfort for our passengers. We have many passengers that come through that station that are totally unfamiliar with BART. They don't have a BART Watch app on their phone. They're not familiar with that you can text the police directly, and to provide that very visible tower with a camera on it. So as soon as the phone's picked up, you're on the screen and the area around the individual is on the screen. That provides comfort. We don't want to take these away. I want to comment though and ask a question about the automated license plate readers, which were deployed as really a pilot at MacArthur for enforcement, or not parking enforcement, but for law enforcement purposes. And I just have a couple of questions about how it's proposed that we move toward parking enforcement. It's noted at the end of that report that there will be a $580,000 project to expand the Alpers and use them in a way that would be address both law enforcement as well as parking enforcement. And would the additional Alpers be fixed or mobile?
Hi, Director Rayburn, Mimi Balafi, Director of Security Programs. And yes, we do have a motion to come to the board in January for a combined law enforcement and parking purpose of ALPR. The project is currently looking at replacing the 2 fixed cameras in MacArthur, and the remaining will be mobile.
And so replace, why would they need to be replaced? I know one did break.
Yes, we were able to replace the one camera under warranty. The current cameras that are installed, the technology is quite old. It's from 2014, and it would be with a different company. With the proposal coming to the board, it would be a lease program as opposed to a purchase. And so it would be with a different company. Not to get ahead of our presentation in January, but that would be the reason.
I look forward to hearing your presentation, and thanks for all the work you do, Mimi.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. It looks like, District Secretary, that we still have one public commenter, or did that public commenter not put their hands down?
We do have one public commenter.
Okay, great.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 9483, you may address the board.
We'll get to 40 and then maybe they just have their hand up. Okay. Well, public commenter, if there's an opportunity for you to call back at some point, we hope to get your voice into this conversation. So members of the board, we have a motion on the floor and a second for items A and B, and thank you for your discussion and questions. District Secretary, can we go to the vote, please?
Sure. Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Defty? Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
Yes.
President Bowling?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have 2 more items in the E&O agenda today, and item C, I'm excited to hear this presentation. It's for information only, but there's a lot of information here and some great presentation materials. The presentation will be done by our safety staff and Deputy Chief Alvarez, and I also see one of our ambassadors in the room, and our chief is here as well. We'll be getting an update on BART's progressive policing programs. And if I do have to shift off for my training, and I don't get a chance to say this within comments, I have been texting our chief in the last week, having been writing the station a lot lately, and our ambassadors are out there, our CSOs are out there, our officers are out there. I have seen our social worker staff in the system, and we just anecdotally, it seems that we are really pushing towards this mission of creating a caring, thoughtful, and accountable system with folks riding the trains in the systems, partnering, with our station agents and our engineering staff. So just thank you so much for all the planning and the thinking and the reaching out and hiring great employees, folks who really care. I even had the opportunity, Chief, to meet one of our dogs, the one with the little spots, and he's a very nice dog. But thank you so much, and Chief Albright and Chief, please lead our conversation. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, Board of Directors. This is Angela Averett, Deputy Chief of the BART Police Department. Thank you for those kind comments, Director Simon. And thank you for this opportunity to update you all on the progress of the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau. I'd like to start by explaining the mission of the Bureau. The mission of the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau is to engage in transparent, equitable, and innovative practices that nurture positive relationships between law enforcement and the communities that we serve. As such, the BART Police Department recognizes that not every crisis incident on BART requires a solo response from a uniformed police officer. This is one reason why we began scaling up the Bureau to include more civilian personnel. The Bureau currently houses 3 job classifications: sworn police officers, transit ambassadors, and crisis intervention specialists, as I will refer to them as CIS throughout the presentation. And they are supervised by either a sworn police sergeant or a civilian supervisor of crisis intervention and outreach programs. With me today, as you can see, are a few members of the Bureau who can provide a visual example of how they will look and move about in our system. I'd like to start with our sworn officer. If you can please stand. This is Officer Don Levy. They love being here in public, I'm sure. Officers assigned to the Bureau will be wearing a more subdued uniform consisting of a blue polo shirt and khaki uniform pants with their ballistic vest under the uniform shirt, as opposed to the outer vest carrier that some of our officers currently wear. Officer Donnelly, if you could just turn around for a second for me. As you can see, the back of their shirt says police in very bold yellow letters with the addition of crisis intervention underneath. Next up, we have our CIS, Yasin Mohammed, who's directly behind me. The CISs are also uniformed to make them easily identifiable in our system. They are outfitted with gray polo shirts and khaki uniform pants. They have the BART logo on the front, and then on the back of their shirts, if you can please turn around for me, please, it identifies them as crisis intervention specialists. All right, you can turn back around, thanks. They carry a police radio and Narcan. And then finally, Ambassador Fong, if you can come forward. This is Ambassador Timothy Fong. The transit ambassadors will now be wearing, as you can see, this light blue polo shirt, also with khaki pants. They previously donned a different uniform that consisted of a mixed color shirt and dark blue uniform pants. However, that uniform was actually the uniform of a bicycle patrol officer. And so it's important that our ambassadors are highly visible, but it's equally important that they're not mistaken for police officers. And if you can just also do a quick twirl for me. The back of the shirt identifies them as transit ambassadors. All right, that's great, thank you. They will continue to carry police radios and Narcan. Also, I'm excited to introduce our new Supervisor of Crisis Intervention and Outreach Programs, Cameron Sanford. Welcome. And as a side note, it's important that you know that these uniforms fell victim to supply chain issues, and they literally just arrived 2 days ago. Thank you, Jesus. So now that we have them, we plan to work with BART Media to do a full media rollout to inform the public about what we are doing and to highlight the work of our teams. Next slide, please. All right, to give you a short recap, the BART Police Department has long been committed to engaging in progressive policing practices. Oh, okay, we're on slide 3 now. Sorry about that. I just got so excited I started rolling with it. I'll go back one slide if you could, please. Notable events for us over the past 11 years included the formation of the Office of the Independent Police Auditor, our ongoing partnership with the Center for Policing Equity, the use of body-worn cameras for all sworn officers in 2013, and our partnership with the San Francisco Police Department and San Francisco Public Health agencies to form the LEAD program. These efforts culminated with the establishment of the Progressive Policing Bureau and the formation of our hybrid co-responder teams who are also trained in crisis intervention, de-escalation, and outreach. And I think one thing I failed to mention is everyone likes acronyms, and so we decided to call our teams Special Engagement Teams or SET teams, just for ease of talking about them with other folks. If we can go to the next slide. Our plan of action, we set a goal in January of 2020 to increase the overall number of civilian field personnel. Our action plan consisted of short, medium, and long-term goals, beginning with implementing our crisis intervention teams and supervisors. In the short term, we have hired 9 of 20 CIS personnel, fully staffed all 10 transit ambassador positions, as well as 1 police sergeant and 5 police officers. Our civilian supervisor of crisis intervention programs positions are also fully staffed. In the medium term, we have established a response protocol, but as always, we must be flexible as we discover ways to improve our efficiency and response. In the long term, we will evaluate the program for 18 months by collecting data and analyzing the effectiveness of our response plan. Next slide, please. Here is the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau organization chart showing the structure of the Bureau. Once fully staffed, we will be at 47 personnel, including myself. The 2 crisis intervention supervisors supervise our crisis intervention specialists and transit ambassadors, and then our 2 crisis response sergeants will supervise a combined 10 sworn officers and 2 civilian community-oriented policing community service officers. Next slide. Okay, so let's now discuss our current staffing levels. Please note that the number of positions filled and the number of open positions totals are wrong. So my apologies for not catching that sooner. I didn't excel at math, unfortunately. But please know that we have been working diligently to get all positions filled as quickly as possible. As I mentioned to date, we have fully staffed our crisis intervention supervisors, transit ambassadors, and COP CSO positions. We are around 45% staffed in our CIS ranks, with 9 out of 20 positions filled, and an additional 10th CIS starts with us on November 29th. Our goal is to reach full staffing in our CIS classification by late January of 22. We have 1 crisis response sergeant and 5 officers assigned to the Bureau, and hope to pull the additional sergeant and 5 officers to staff the Bureau sometime in December. Next slide, please. I don't think that our staff knew that this was going to be in the presentation. Surprise! This is a visual depiction of what I just went over in the previous slide. These are actual employee pictures of the very diverse workforce within the Bureau. And I'd just like to take a quick minute for you to take it all in and also for our staff to be recognized. Next slide, please. Okay, since we're not yet fully staffed, we can only deploy our teams right now during day shift hours of 4 a.m. to 12 noon. We have assigned 1 team per line with their direct reporting locations at Balboa Park, Lake Merritt, El Cerrito del Norte, Walnut Creek, and Castro Valley. Once our 10th CIS starts, like I said, on November 29th, and is fully trained, then that individual will be assigned to the blue-green line so that all lines will have 1 officer and 2 CISs. Next slide, please. When we reach our full complement of 20 CISs and 10 officers, we will staff all lines on day shift and at an evening shift that will work from 3:30 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. And again, I just want to emphasize that as soon as our CISs are hired and trained, we deploy them out into the system. We don't hold on to them. We want to make sure that we get them out as quickly as possible. Oops, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide was purposely left blank because I wanted to close out with a few early wins the team has accomplished in the few short weeks that they've been in the system. I talked to some of the directors earlier this week, and I gave you an inaccurate figure, but it was updated this morning. So it's going to be slightly different than what you heard earlier this week. But to date, the team has made almost 700 contacts. And of those, we've gotten 34 individuals who have accepted referrals to outside service providers. And then I'd like to close with one case of note involving a young woman who, obviously I'm not going to use any names in the spirit of confidentiality, a young woman that was experiencing a serious mental health crisis. She was contacted in our system accompanied by her 4-year-old child. The team was able to place her in temporary housing. However, she rapidly deteriorated and ended up barricading herself in her room before fleeing a few hours later. Over the next several days, the team worked very hard to try and locate the woman and her child to ascertain their welfare. The team worked with the station agent who was familiar with the woman, and together they located the woman and her child. The woman was placed on a psychiatric hold, but she was able to receive the care that she needed in that moment. The child required immediate medical attention, and after she was cleared from the hospital, she was reunited with family members and kept safe in their care. Although this was an unfortunate circumstance, the collaboration between the Special Engagement Team, the San Francisco Police Department, and our very observant station agent helped us to rescue this child and to get the mother the emergency services that she needed in that moment. And I wanted to close with this because this incident highlights the collaboration and the incredible work that all of our BART employees do every single day. So that closes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. And I'm going to wait just a second for hands to be raised from the board. And I know that there will also, I have one hand up from the public. But I want to again take liberty to just say a couple things, not comments. But just to remind our board and to remind the public that just last year, because of the efforts of our deputy chief and of the great staff, that the Transit Center, which is a national organization that provides information and lobbying and advocacy on behalf of the public transit community, awarded our ambassador program and our progressive policing department its National Award of Innovation. So just again, want to lift up the fact that as you all are developing this new ecosystem of safety standards that cares for our riders and members of the public, there really has not been a roadmap. You all have created it. And it's going to be and will continue to be a standard. We recently did a presentation of your efforts to members of the City Council in Oakland. And as they continue to deal with so many issues, very difficult and challenging issues, many of the council members are looking at your standards of staffing, the innovation in ways in which you're stretching our budget to create more opportunities for their city to think about different ways of staffing and increasing safety staff on the streets. Deputy Chief Alvarez, we really appreciate your management, your strategic vision, and really appreciate our staff who are on the trains every single day. And I love the uniforms. So again, it seems as if we're changing as we're learning and shifting, and that is what progressive management is. So thank you so much. So we have a lot of hands. And again, Director Ames, if I have to zip off, I know that you're going to jump right in and continue to facilitate. So we will start off with Director Rayburn.
Director Simon, we have a public comment.
Okay, I can take public comment first. That's fine. I'm going to take it second. Okay, we can take public comment first. Thanks.
Ms. Alida Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Latifah Simon. Alida Dupree, for the record, she and her. Good report. I maintain to you that the things that I say are important and relevant. That's why I take leave to speak. I would like to meet these new people. I hope they'd be willing to meet me because I maintain that BART is very diverse. And I think that if these new people in these new classifications would meet me or see what I look like, they'll know what to do with me. I would hope that this program will be available to help all people in need instead of simply prioritizing certain subsets, because I'm a person who does not meet particularly established definitions. I know if I was in person, you could all get to see what I look like. But I guess if people want to see what they look like, they can just go to the MTA board meeting in New York and they'll see what I look like. And perhaps someday I'll come off at Oakland and you'll see me at Coliseum and I'll be wearing a skirt, and then you'll know what I look like, and then you'll know what to do with me. So not every incident should require a sworn officer. And that way we can free up sworn officers for other things that do require their presence, because we want to have the greatest amount of presence on this system. And presence can be achieved with a number of different people, both armed and unarmed. Just like I said more about surveillance. It's about having eyes on the system. It's about safety in numbers. I generally feel more comfortable in a train car full of people than a train car full by myself, just as I don't really like riding elevators by myself. Then again, I don't like riding crowded elevators, such as when I went to the Signature Lounge in Chicago at 875 Michigan, packed in like sardines, wearing masks on the 96th floor. There is a good, happy medium there. But I ask that in this program, I want to see it happen, but I ask that this not be about personal train set, but that you incorporate the people system ideal. That this is about a system that anyone who walks through the fare gates and subscribes to the rules of conduct should feel like the system belongs to them. I hope someday I will get to meet these people and they will not only see me, but know what to do with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pree, for your comments. We can go to board comments now. And okay, I'm just double checking to see if there's any more members of the public. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon. And thank you, Deputy Chief Averiat. I'm very much in support of this program, and I greatly anticipate the additional hires that you're hoping to bring on board and the deployment of those additional uniformed personnel in our trains and in our stations. It's incredibly meaningful, and I've seen some of the early deployments, particularly when you were ganging everyone up during ball games and big events, and we had a lot of families on platforms, and I would see those pale blue uniforms come through the stations, and it just made me smile to know that it gave comfort to everyone that saw that. I want to, you read the first part of the mission statement for the Progressive Policing and Community Engagement Bureau, but I want to read the second part of that. We didn't get to see the slides for the public's edification. Here it is. We are committed to rebuilding trust and nurturing relationships between our communities and law enforcement through a culture of accountability, responsibility, and collaboration. I'd like to visit the word collaboration briefly. Recently, I reached out to you on behalf of the Oakland Chinatown community, which has seen a spike over the last year in hate crimes. And they've responded with a lot of volunteer ambassadors on the streets. So they understand the term ambassador, that you don't always need to pack a gun in order to provide some additional policing. And I've also heard from members of the Oakland Rotary that they would love to volunteer and help out as ambassadors when we reopen on Sundays, and in particular to go down near the theaters in San Francisco and provide some additional help on the street. I don't know if you've given much thought yet to how we can engage sort of these local volunteer ambassadors, but it definitely fits within the collaboration. And I'd just like to tap your thoughts on how we can weave that in and create maybe a force extender with our local communities.
That question would be
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is Deputy Chief Angela Averett. I appreciate the question, and as you know, collaboration is very important to us, obviously. We do have monthly multidisciplinary forensic team meetings countywide in Alameda County, and so I wouldn't mind for one of the ambassador representatives from the City of Oakland to attend that meeting so that they can understand where we're at and what we're doing. I think collaboration is key, and everyone kind of being on the same page and knowing what the other person is doing. So although I haven't developed a plan necessarily to collaborate with the other ambassadors in the City of Oakland and also in the City of San Francisco, that's something that I can definitely think further on and figure out how we can make that work.
And I don't have any ready answers for you, but I do think that perhaps one thing that we do very well is our training. And perhaps there are materials that we can share with volunteer groups that would help them launch their own street patrols. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director.
Yes.
I think it is important to bring up the Oakland program. In fact, it was inspired by BART's ambassador program. In my day job, my foundation was able to extend the first grant to that program. So I'm very aware of it. And the reality that they're looking at, again, at what Bay Area Rapid Transit is doing to collaborate with armed police officers and using a variety of resources to make sure that people feel safe. We'll have Director Lee and followed by Director McPartland, followed by President Foley, and I am going to have to sign off for a second. So Liz, you're going to take over. But again, our next—
I just want to make sure I'm in the queue somewhere. Doesn't matter where. But
did I skip you? My apologies.
I am.
Okay. So why don't we go Director Lee, Vice President Salzman, Director McPartland, and then President Foley. You got that stack, Liz? Okay.
I think so.
And I will know that Director Allen did just raise her hand too, so I want to make sure she gets it too. But I'll leave it to Director Ames again.
All right, Director Ames. It's
okay.
on you.
All right, everyone.
See you.
All right. Thank you, Director Simon. So just a few comments here. Oh my gosh, look at all those new faces on slide 6. I want to offer a very hearty welcome to all of our amazing new BART employees. Very much looking forward to you and very much looking to really fully staffing our crisis intervention teams so that we can be out there all the times possible during our service hours. I have to say, I'm really proud of what our BART Police Department is doing to develop the Progressing Policing Bureau. And the updates here around staffing, hiring, the schedule of being in our system is honestly incredible. We know that this present is what our riders want to see. It comes out of our customer satisfaction survey and what honestly people in our system deserve. As a reminder, we went through an entire RCI process to engage the public on how to engage folks who are experiencing homelessness, behavioral health issues, and/or substance use. Along with efforts like the Not One More Girl campaign, this is the kind of response our riders and the public want to see, a clear focus on community safety and compassionate care for those in need. In fact, Directors Dufty, Simon, and I joined staff to present to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors at the SFCTA board meeting a couple months ago now. And we also met individually with supervisors. And I joined, I think, like 3 or 4 of those meetings. Almost all of them expressed how impressed they were with our efforts in addressing safety through ambassadors, crisis intervention specialists, and the Not One More Girl campaign. And many of them were like, how can we get that, here in San Francisco? How can we help? So One thing I'll add here is as we really step up, I'd really like future presentations to focus on the data to show if and how these efforts are changing rider perceptions and actual safety metrics. So I know we have the QPR coming up next on the agenda. I totally understand that the numbers are not yet bearing out the results, but it's really important to me that we see improvements on how riders think we're addressing homelessness, that we're seeing fewer folks experiencing homelessness in our stations and our trains, that our riders are seeing more BART staff and uniform presence and more. So for future presentations, let's, figure out, I don't know if it's a joint QPR plus progressive policing, or if the progressive policing updates can just reference some of the QPR metrics. I think that'll be really helpful. Ultimately, just simply establishing the Bureau and hiring folks isn't enough. And I really trust the leadership of Chief Alvarez and DC Averett in continue to make improvements and think of new ideas to make sure we're seeing the QPR metrics improve. Lastly, I'm only going to touch on this very briefly, which is one of the things our Progressive Policing Bureau does do are known as the Embarcadero fare checks. They happen every morning. I know that right before the pandemic, Director Allen and I actually went to visit those operations. I was very understanding of why we were doing the fare checks. I continue to be very understanding. I have talked to the chief, the GM, our deputy GM, Mike Jones, about ending the fare checks as our ridership returns during peak commute hours. I think it still makes a lot of sense to me to continue the fare checks early in the morning prior to the commute rush. But during the commute rush, I am seeing a significant uptick in complaints. There are perceptions around service delays, and I would be very, very open. And I will continue working with Chief Alvarez and our general manager on ending the fare checks as a commute rush occurs. Usually that's around 8 a.m. or earlier. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Director Lee. The Vice President Saltzman, I think you're next.
Thank you. And Director Lee touched on a lot of what I was going to, so I'll be briefer than I was planning. First, just thank you. This is so awesome to see. I'm incredibly excited to see what these teams will do. We've needed this for a long time. And as Director Lee said, this is what the community has been asking for. And regarding the community process that was done, now completed about a year ago, where dozens of community organizations and other stakeholders were involved, either through the community meetings, virtual community meetings, or the survey. I think it would be great, as there's plans outreach to media about these new teams going out, that there could be outreach from the Government and Community Relations Department to all of those folks. I think we have contact info for almost all of them, and it would be fantastic to share this, to show they participated just a year ago, and these are the results we're producing so quickly. I think people are used to government taking a really long time, and they'll be happy to see that. So just wanted to see if that would be possible to do.
Absolutely, Vice President. Great ideas. We're on it.
Great. And then I too am interested in seeing the data come out of this. So just excited to see how you bring that forward. But obviously too early for that, but appreciate the story. And then I was going to bring this up during the QPR, but since Director Lee brought it up, I'll just talk about it here. I also have been getting an increasing number of complaints about the fare checks happening during commute hours. And I think it is because there's more people riding today. I just got another complaint during the BART board meeting. So I think we're going to see more and more of those. And I'd really like that to be looked at, and there to be some communication back to the board about the plans for what to do there. I did notice in the QPR, though, the homeless counts that are done, though the numbers are going, down on the trains, they're going up in the stations, and it's like we're just pushing the people off the trains and they're just ending up in the station. So if that's what is happening, does that make sense? And I know the fare checks are not just of homeless people, but that was just a number that stood out. And I was wondering if some of the things that BART personnel, police, other people are doing are just pushing people off, which we've seen other localities do that in an impact BART. So years ago, when I first started off on the BART board, San Francisco was pushing homeless people off their city streets and they were just ending up in BART stations. So are we doing a similar thing? And if so, that is not a good use of time, one, and two, it doesn't solve the problem at all, and it doesn't help people. So I just want us to look really closely at these practices and make sure we're not just shifting people around, because that doesn't make any sense. Chief or Deputy Chief, can you get back to us soon about, looking at the fare checks, especially during commute hours, and what you think you can do about that to make sure trains are moving more quickly through?
Yeah, VP Sullivan, Chief Alvarez, absolutely. Well, we've been in discussions about that. We're going to look into it, and we actually have a scheduled meeting tomorrow afternoon to discuss it further.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Saltzman. Good comments. Looks like we have Director McPartland next.
Good morning. I will have to end up saying that when this thing started off, I was really skeptical from the standpoint of, for us to be able to accomplish this, we had to have a good network that would end up going between BART and local municipalities. It would need to be able to have some mechanism, and I'll get into that in a little bit, in relationship to being able to make that kind of connection. And it's not within the skill sets that we had at that time. When I saw the organizational structure as it was originally proposed, I'm going, and I've dealt with very large organizations, and I'm going, that will get it done. But for someone to be able to put this thing together, we need someone with both good managerial skills, good people skills, and good leadership skills. And there was no template from which to copy. I will have to end up saying that Angela has stepped up, and while we have the entire organizational structure and its interface with the local communities is still fragile, or at least that interconnection is still fragile, especially in San Francisco and Alameda County. I am heartened, and I am delighted, and I am proud, and I am very admirable admire what Angela has been able to put together. The only flaw that I can see in this entire system is on slide 6, or the presentation is on slide 6. Angela's picture is not there as program manager. Should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Yeah, there's a lot of hope out there. I hope we get these.
Director Ames, I
You're
think
muted.
you are muted.
Oh, I apologize. All right, I won't go on. Director President Foley,
Thank you.
you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, first off, I'd like to thank Deputy Chief Averett for the informative update, and I thoroughly enjoyed today's episode of Project Railway. I thought the uniforms looked great. I did want to remind folks that safety on BART includes both progressive policing and sworn officers. So I appreciate how we're proceeding with this evolution of policing at BART. I think it's the right direction, but I do appreciate how we're working hand in hand to make it a safer system. On slide 8, I had one question, and that was regarding the hours of service that the CISs are going to perform, which seems to end at 11:30, and that's not quite end of revenue. So I'm wondering, are we coordinating our end of day services with the core and hot teams? And if not, how can we do that?
Deputy Chief Angela Abert here again. Yes, we are coordinating currently with the core team and the San Francisco hot team, and we will continue to do so. And I realize that the hours are not exactly the end of revenue, but as you can imagine, it's incredibly difficult to get services at the end of the night, which is why we need to partner with core and hot. But we need to be out there, and I think we can do a lot of good being in the system during those times.
Thank you, DC. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure we have a good handoff. And then the last item I had was piggybacking on what some of the other directors had mentioned. I do appreciate that we're taking a data-driven approach to helping identify the success of this program. And I'd like to ask when we can expect to see new statistics like calls redirected to the SET team that traditionally would have come in to the BPD or on the QPR. Hoping to see an improvement in response time, which is already good, but maybe getting even better because our sworn officers can respond to other issues rather than having to be redirected to issues regarding mental health crises. So those are two recommendations I would have and would like to see in future QPRs. So with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Ames.
Thank you, President Foley. Great on documenting the potential metrics for the project. So this effort. So let's see, I've got Director Allen.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Ames. Thank you to the entire team, including DC Everett and the chief for all of the presentation, and a lot of work's been done. That's great. I love the new uniform. I think it screams very brightly to those in the system that there is a police officer visible, and I think they will be, even those police officers will be more visible than our current officer uniforms. So good job on that. I think most of the writing public will be happy about that. My questions, some questions, but first, the first ones are really about what was mentioned already, benchmarks. And in your presentation, you mentioned that there are going to be benchmarks developed, and it says something about an 18-month review. And I remember back to the initial conversations we had when this program was proposed and agreed to by this board. Benchmarks and metrics were a big part of the conversation, and I, for one, was very interested in what those would be. And at the time of that discussion, really, there really weren't any solid benchmarks or ideas for data-driven analysis, but we were told that they would be developed. And I'm just wondering, so I like the suggestions that President Foley just made, but have you developed the data-driven benchmarks or metrics for this program?
Yes, although I will say it's still under construction somewhat, but some of the data would include how many contacts, what the result of those contacts were, whether they refused or accepted services. Also, our goal is to reduce the number of calls for service that our patrol officers need to respond to, but we also want to reduce the number of incidents of use of force.
Great. So when will we start? Are we going to start tracking that now, or because I'm a little confused by your slide, because it sort of shows this part as kind of a long-term thing. When will we start actually tracking those items, and how will you track them? What tool will the CIS or the officer carry that will help them develop this data?
Well, I think it's really important that we get fully staffed first, because I want for our data to be accurate. As far as the way that we are going to track it, we are looking into some programs that can assist us in that effort.
Okay, I probably would disagree with you on this. I think that really a program for tracking metrics should have been developed, even before we were hiring people, because I think when you hire people in the door, they should really know what their job is and how it will be measured. And so I'm a little disappointed that we are still developing this and that we now have 9 people in the job and we're not tracking the metrics. So the sooner the better on that. I hope that we can get that going very soon, and that it's not in 18 months from now after we review how well we've done. I think, let's see. Okay, so we have 9 filled positions, the crisis intervention specialists. We have 9 of them out of 20. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on what were the challenges of filling these 20 positions, because it seems, after a year that, and I know there was some time to get it, some things up and running, but we still only have 9 of them. And I'm wondering what challenges you're encountering with that.
Well, I think it's important to note that anytime you're doing something new or something that's never been done before, there's a lot of moving pieces to it. So it takes some time to set up something that's going to be meaningful and really going to have an impact, a positive impact on your systems. The position of crisis intervention specialist was not actually posted until March of this year. Of course, we've gone through a testing process, but our applicants have to go through an extensive police background. And I think initially there was some confusion on how that process looked, because going through a police background is different than any other background I think you'll go through. But I'm proud of the fact that we will have 10 CISs during November 29th, and I think we're right on track with where we should be at this point.
Okay, and so passing the police background is a hurdle, I'm sure. And so we're slowly getting people who can do this, and all 9 have passed the police background, and the remaining 11 will continue to be put through that similar process.
Yes, that's correct. And, it's also important to note, though, that not everyone failed the background. Some of our applicants willingly withdrew from the process as well.
Okay. And so then who is training the crisis intervention specialists? I know you showed a chart that showed they are being supervised by a police sergeant and or a non-officer, and it went by fast, so I'm sorry I didn't memorize it, but who's actually training them? The 9 people who are out there, who is training them?
So we've done some training in-house, but we are also sending all of our personnel through crisis intervention training, which is done with an outside agency. And then next month, we're bringing in a subject matter expert to do mental health first aid for the whole team.
Okay,
so it's a combination of internal and external.
Sure, and I get in-house, BART PD is training them, but who and what levels of people do we have police officers training them? Do we have our newly hired crisis intervention people that are not police officers training them? I'm just wondering how they're getting their daily training in, they're in the system every day. Who trains them?
Great question. So yes, it's a mixture of both. Our 2 supervisors, Cameron Sanford and Armando Sandoval, have been providing training. We have definitely had some of our police officers doing the training, and these are officers that train the rest of the department as well. So we're doing a mix of both, because this is a co-responder team. It's a hybrid of both sworn and civilian staff. So I think it's important to get perspectives from both ends.
Okay. And the CISs, I think all of the police department people are subject to pre-employment drug testing. Are the CISs and the ambassadors, are they subject to ongoing drug testing like other safety sensitive positions at BART?
No, they are not.
Okay, but we're calling them, we've made a big deal about how they are there for the safety of BART passengers. So why wouldn't we be including them as a safety sensitive position in that respect?
That's actually way beyond my control. FTA has specific guidelines on testing, and they don't fall within those guidelines, apparently.
Okay, well, that's something that I'd like to understand better, but we can talk offline on that. And then, I kind of had a couple of several questions, but I can kind of boil them down into really one. I'm interested in what kind of services are available to the people that the crisis intervention teams find in the system, and understanding their role is to address people in crisis, homelessness, and maybe drug abuse, and certainly people in mental crisis. So when the team encounters these people, what are the options? What services are actually available to them to get these people to, and how do they get them there?
Hello, Director Allen. This is Cameron Sanford, supervisor here. So services that are offered include mental health treatment, housing options, food, clothing, and linkages to services if the client is willing to accept services.
Okay, and how does that person in the system, in the BART station, the CIS, how do they connect that person to those services? Those are really broad categories of services. I'm just wondering the mechanics of how does that person get someone out of the system and into those services?
You know what? We have one of our subject matter experts here, Officer Don Levy. So
okay, great.
I'm going to let her answer that question because she's actually in the field. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
Hello,
so
Officer.
It's really going to depend. Hello, I'm Tammy. It's going to depend on where we're at and what's available at that time. So being in the field the last couple months, I'm not going to say it's not challenging because we're learning as we go as a new program. And every county has different services. They have different times. They have different things they can offer. So there's been a couple times where we're all on the phones calling multiple places, learning ourselves, and then we're keeping those resources. So the other night we were in Berkeley and we called about 10 places. We ended up taking the gentleman to the hospital and then following up the next day and continuing that service. So it's really, we're kind of out there brainstorming. We've come across some really amazing nonprofit organizations. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of resources out there that we haven't even touched on yet. So now we're branching out to every zone and we're sharing. So today we were in Embarcadero, 6 o'clock in the morning. Nothing was available at that time, but we encouraged two to meet us in Richmond this afternoon because we know services that we can get them to in Richmond. And fortunately, a lot of these services are willing to take out of jurisdiction. They don't have to be residents in the county, or so we're learning ourselves. So as time goes by, we'll get better at this. So
great. So I think that that's key, is that the coordination of services outside of our system are what's key to the success of this program. We can contact people all day long that are homeless, in crisis, and so on. But if there's nowhere for us to take them or no one for us to connect them to, that work really isn't going to help many people. So I hope that what we're really going to focus on is really making that connection. I know that we had a Salvation Army. In fact, we voted on it over the summer, extending a Salvation Army contract. We pay $250,000 a year. And it used to include the reservation of 5 beds. And I'm just wondering, do we still have that available to us?
Hey, Director Allen. Hey, Director Allen, this is Dan Cooperman, Senior Manager here. Yes, we still have availability of those beds, and they do get utilized from time to time.
Okay, so it's still part of the contract?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, as you all know, I was very skeptical at the beginning of this program, and I'm still, quite frankly, very skeptical about the actual success of it. And so I'm very, very driven on what are the metrics and when are we going to start tracking the metrics to actually determine the success of the program. We're spending $10 million a year on this program, and we eliminated 6 police officer positions, and we removed 10 more police officers from the regular patrol duty from an already understaffed police force. And so I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind that we're not, giving up one thing on the police side in order for us to do something else. And even as of today, it doesn't seem like we really have any metrics that are underway and that are being tracked currently. We're still looking for a way to do that. So I understand that these services are important, and there's certainly, it appears they're certainly going to help people in mental crisis, homelessness, people who are, suffering from drug addiction. We're helping those people, but are we doing that at the expense of the safety of the regular writing public? And I still have that concern. And I'm going to still keep asking these metric questions because honestly, when we started the ambassador program, there were supposed to be metrics for that program. And I mean, from what I hear, people fill out a little piece of paper at the end of the day and turn it in. And there doesn't seem to really be a metric program for that either. So I do want to, before I end, I want to just comment, because this was brought up, the issue of ending fare checks. Some time ago, the ticketing that was involved in the morning at Embarcadero, those fare checks actually involved ticketing. So people got tickets when they were found to not have paid. We ended that, so we kind of softened the program. Now we just ask them to leave the train. I am not concerned about moving homeless people off of trains and into stations. I think for the teams that we've heard about here and the people great people who are taking these jobs and want to help homeless people, the best place for them to help those people is not on a train. It is outside of the train. It is in the station, and it's even in the, unpaid areas of our stations. So I don't have a problem with continuing that program. And I think that we are definitely going in the wrong direction if we're going to start, eliminating fare check programs that we worked so hard to put in place in the past. Moving those people off of the trains leaves more room for the paying writing public, and that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Wow, great questions. A lot of information that we need to absorb with that. Looks like we've got Director Lee, and that might conclude the board comments. I'll just have some closing comments after.
Yeah, I'll be really brief because I've already said a bit. I'm not going to respond to, and it's not appropriate to all of Director Allen's comments. I will add though that Director Duffy and I know Director Simon was invited, had a really great conversation with Dr. Hillary Cunnins, who was named earlier this year by Mayor London Breed in San Francisco to be the new Director of Behavioral Health Services, and then lead of Mental Health SF, a new hyper-funded program to address behavioral health issues. Director Allen, I'm fully in agreement with you that BART alone cannot and will not, make the resources possible and solve homelessness or behavioral health issues on our system. I thought that was a really great intro conversation we had within, the city and county of San Francisco about where the right resources with, the Department of Public Health and the Behavioral Health Services Department, where they need to step up and collaborate. We had Daniel Cooperman in the room. We had Chief Alvarez and DC Averett. Our GM Bob Powers was there, and I would really, like to continue exploring these ways. And I know I'm not really familiar in Alameda or Contra Costa counties, and I know we're all doing stuff to that end, and I think we're all in agreement. And it's conversations like this that are going to really advance the needle. Last thing I'll say is I agree everything that Vice President Saltzman said about exploring the Fair Check program. I don't think anyone's calling for ending all fare checks or ending the entire operations. I've been in conversations with GM Powers and Chief Alvarez, so he's fully aware of where I stand on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Lee. This is really great exploration of this new program. And I too have met with Daniel Cooperman in the county trying to understand what resources are out there. We've got potentially 50 beds year round in Castro Valley, near the Castro Valley Station, and about 15 beds near South Hayward. Well, that's a little over a mile away. It's a little too far. But exploring what the services are available to help us basically deliver results, getting these folks into services is really where the accountability comes in. And as Director Rayburn had mentioned, collaboration, I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't Director Rayburn, but it's been we've had so many comments, but the collaboration is key. And I hope that, as Director Simon had mentioned, that we can stretch these dollars out and eventually get funding for this kind of effort. I mean, we're doing a lot here to reinvent and basically help the mentally ill, help the homeless get to services. It's so key. Otherwise, it's a revolving door. And that was my main concern. And I hope that we see metrics. Maybe we can talk about this at the workshop, and we'll have some draft metrics to start with. And then that might change over time, because it is forever changing right now. We're still trying to figure things out. We're brainstorming. So I appreciate all the director comments. And I guess that concludes this progressive policing update. So with that, we're going to move on to, where are we? Item 6D. This is the quarterly service performance review, first quarter fiscal year 2022. So with that, I want to turn this over to the staff, and we'll go into this new item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, Directors. Shane Edwards, Interim AGM of Operations. Chief Alvarez and I will be presenting to you a summary of the quality performance review for the first quarter of fiscal year 22. I would like to start by saying that I am proud of the overall progress quarter to quarter by all of the BART team. This quarter's results point to this agency's commitment to improve. But Directors, unfortunately, we are not perfect. We are trending in a positive way for the metrics that we did not make goal on. For example, 78% of all metrics either met goal or improved in this quarter that we are about to present. Slide 4, please. In the first quarter of FY22, metrics that met goal or improved include car availability, station vandalism, train interior, inside stations, customer service, mean time between service delays, escalators, train control, traction power, track, automatic fare collection, environment outside stations, car temperature, customer complaints, and elevators in stations. Elevators in stations did not meet goal by 0.07%. I'm sorry. Computer systems did not meet goal either. Customer complaints did not meet goal, but are trending in the right direction. Customer survey for police presence did not meet goal, and transportation on-time performance did not meet goal. So there is room for improvement. Slide 5, please. BART saw ridership increase 45.9% compared to the prior quarter. Our average weekday ridership was up 98.7% from same quarter last year. Weekend ridership was up 154% from the same quarter of last year as well. Slide 7, please. As I mentioned earlier, customer complaints. We had a 10.49% improvement from the previous quarter. This period covered our August schedule change. So we always expect to have a learning curve to adjust to the changes. Employees and passengers are still adjusting to the new service pattern that replaced the purple line. We can always do a better job of communicating schedule changes to employees and test all passenger interfacing systems prior to a new schedule being rolled out to iron out the kinks. We will continue to strive to offer helpful announcements and information. There was a significant drop in quality of life cases, which is a great sign of progress. Slide 8. On-time performance was missed by only 0.06%. Of note, I'd like to bring to your attention that we had an increase of persons entering the right-of-way, resulting in a 4% of the total delays for this quarter. Slide 10. On-time service train. Equipment reliability, sorry. Car mean time between service delays improved 30.49% from last quarter. I'd just like to let that sink in, as last quarter, if you'll recall, we did not perform well. We have seen a great increase in the reliability of Fleet of the Future in the last quarter, as well as a leveling out of legacy equipment due to the August schedule changes and the increase of use of cars that we had not been previously in service. Slide 15, please. Computer controlled systems did not make goal due to two major service interrupting failures, which both have been corrected as of today. One was a human error. We were in the process of implementing a change during revenue service. That has been corrected. And one was due to bytes overload, which made the system want to reset in the middle of the commute. Both of these issues have been corrected. Slide 16. As I'd mentioned, transportation struggled, primarily due to staffing shortages associated with COVID. We also had some issues with the new schedule. Right now, we are working with our labor partners and staff to increase the amount of full-time train operators, and we continue to train and hire. 9 employees graduated from train operator training on November 5th, and we have 1 class in process. Slide 17, please. Elevators and stations missed goal due to the Coliseum wheelchair lift being out of service for an extended amount of time due to parts and long lead items. Lafayette elevator needed an entire ram and hydraulic replacement, but was put back in service ahead of schedule. Slide 24. Environment inside stations improved and made goal. Slide 26, please. Train interior improved and met goal. And as you are all aware, both of these last 2 items are so important as we work to regain riders. Slide 31. As noted in the previous presentation by some of the comments by the directors, our transient counts on trains has reduced and is down 43.9% from last quarter. Slide 34. One note of correction on the first bullet. This slide depicts a decrease or improvement in fare evasion. Just wanted to make a note that a performance decrease is incorrect, but this is the proper trend for fare evasion. Slide 38. Under employee safety, we had a 28.82% improvement from last quarter. Primarily, we had some issues though. Due to the increase of unauthorized persons on the right-of-way, we did have an increase in the amount of employee trauma cases for the quarter. Slide 40. Compared to the previous quarter, we had a 12.5% reduction in rules violations. One item of note, and I'm very proud to say, we had 0 for the month of September. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Alvarez.
Good morning, Directors. Chief Ed Alvarez. From BART Police presence, we had a slight dip this quarter at 10.4% with a goal of 12%. We continue to emphasize the importance of visibility and presence to all our uniformed personnel. The men and women of the BART Police Department are out in the system, riding trains and walking the platforms more so than at any time before. They're providing a visible deterrent to criminal activity, We have also prioritized our presence on trains and in stations based on the data that we receive through our crime analysts, particularly in the evening hours. In addition to our deployment throughout the system, we are continuing to work collaboratively with SFPD at the Civic Center station to increase our presence, not only at the station and the stairwells, but also around the immediate area to deal with the criminal activity and drug use. We have put CSOs on fixed posts at the station during revenue hours, along with a set of ambassadors and officers who are also riding the trains in the area of the system to support our presence and our enforcement. Next slide. Go to the next slide, please. So this is the chart that breaks down the Part 1 crimes. And overall, the total cases of our crimes against persons showed an increase from 84 reported incidents last quarter compared to 97 reported incidents this quarter. Of the reported incidents, 33 were robberies, 19 of which involved the taking of an electronic device, an additional 30 involving cell phones and other electronic devices that were taken from the person without force, otherwise known as a snatch and run. But overall, I'm proud to announce that we are still down 32% overall for the crime reported. Next slide. For auto burglary, the goal was met in this category, coming in at 2.25, which is well under the quarterly goal of 6. We had 85 reported incidents this quarter. We continue our visibility efforts in our parking lots and parking structures by our police officers and other uniformed personnel. Next slide. For auto theft, the goal was met in this category. We came in at 0.97 with a set quarterly goal of 2.25. For this quarter, we had a total of 62 reported stolen vehicle incidents compared to 28 reported incidents last quarter. Next slide. Our response time goal was met this quarter at 3.53 minutes, which is well below our set quarterly goal of 5 minutes for emergency calls. Next slide. For bike theft, our goal for reducing bicycle thefts was met with 31 for the quarter compared to 24 in the previous quarter, as we all continue to be well under the quarterly goal of 100. That concludes the presentation. Be available for questions.
Back to you, Vice Chair Ames.
Thank you. Thank you. Great presentation. I guess, do we have one public comment? District Secretary, I see a hand up. I don't know who that would be.
Alita Dupree.
Okay, I see that.
You may address the board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Liz Ames. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is important to me. This report is really one of the highlights of my quarter, and I'm seeing a lot less red here. So we're making some improvements. I mean, we're doing better with our ADA accessibility maintenance because even though I can climb stairs from the deep subway stations in New York City, there are many who can't. So when an elevator or an escalator isn't working, it really does impact on the public. And so the gateway to full participation is ensuring that our ADA facilities are properly in order. So we have to keep up with parts and labor and not let things go a long time to get fixed. We have to find out about why people are on the trackway. We don't hear about that. I hope that people aren't being pushed onto the trackway. We certainly should never tolerate that. In New York City, it is a crime to push somebody onto a trackway in the subway. I would hope that we would have a similar regulation here at BART, because I would be very upset if somebody pushed me onto the trackway. That should never happen. And rule violations, it seems like we are doing better. It's good that we had 1 month where we didn't break any rules, but we have to continue working on that. I would hope that rule violations aren't coming from discontent in the ranks. People have to do the things that they are required to do, the following of the various orders and procedures that it takes in running a railroad. And when I look at our ridership, and we're seeing it looks like our ridership is running around 25% or so of pre-COVID, but yet I'm seeing other systems, such as in New York, that are running about 50% of pre-COVID on the weekday. We have to ask ourselves, are we doing things that are discouraging people from riding BART? I want more people to ride BART because I feel safer and more comfortable when there are more people on BART, as I've said before. And we have to ensure that people trust us. It takes an awful lot of trust to get on an airplane. And about 25% of people reportedly are afraid of flying on airplanes, but they do. So everybody needs to do their part and perform at their highest level. I want our railroad to be legendary and stately like Grand Central Terminal. It is the people's system, and I'm one of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Is there maybe a staff can answer the question about how are people getting on the trackway? Is it through the platform? Is it through fencing? I was hoping maybe staff could answer that question.
It's Chief Alvarez. So a lot of the intrusions onto the trackway are voluntary. Sometimes they go down there to go look for something they dropped, or sometimes just people that are in mental crisis that go down there and find their way into a bore, and then we respond and take the appropriate action to get them out of there safely.
Thank you, Chief Alvarez. I hope that we can come up with some kind of solutions. It seems like that was a metric that rose up in my mind as well. We had 4%. I guess it was a delay in service because of that. But anyway, I think I will turn this over to the board. I've got Director McPartland.
Thank you. I'm going to drill down on basically the same thing, but my personal experience on these is that if you end up having two people fall into the trackway and per period, and then all of a sudden you end up with a third, you just ended up with a 50% increase. So do we know what those raw numbers are?
Director McPartland, for the quarter that we just presented, there was 47 total incidents of persons or trespassers in the right of way. That, as Chief Alvarez stated, that could be somebody that jumped off the platform into the right of way temporarily, or somebody that was disturbed and needs help just walking down the right of way, or accessed our railroad from a point that we were unaware of, such as a hole in the fence.
That's a bigger number than I was expecting to hear. Wow. Is there anything from a operational training management or any actions that can be taken that you're planning on in order to be able to reduce that?
Director McPartland, we do advocate at the end of each platform. We have signage. We have signage on our right-of-way fences to warn people, not just because of the electrification issue, but just the fact that this is an enclosed system and it's a violation. We can look at more public awareness type of things, but as far as the last quarter, what we really saw was just a large group of people, for some reason, whatever that was, chose to exit the station at the platform level onto the right-of-way. There was many cases of it, as well as I mentioned, trespassers cutting our fences. So we'll continue to work on that, sir.
All right. Is there any parallel on, this is kind of a loaded question, and so, a complex question. And so what I would like you to do is, if you can't shoot from the hip, then don't try, but I'd like you to look into it. And that is there any parallel between increases in homelessness and activities in relationship to the homeless issue and the increases in persons in the trackway? And if there's some kind of correlation there, then we can end up understanding that, or what I'm looking for is an understanding of what we're not doing as well as we used to, or what's changing in the environment that we may end up being able to address by addressing the environment. Thank you very much for that. The second one, though, is in the increase in employee trauma. You ended up saying that there was an increase in that arena. Back to the same issue, is that a little number or a big number? And specifically, are we talking about cut fingers, or are we talking about lost time injuries? Or does it include everything?
Director, that number for the point of the presentation, that number doubled in that quarter. I believe it was from 8 to 16, and that was due primarily to 3 events. 2 of them were patron strikes, and 1 of them was a break application for a trespasser. That's why I mentioned the 2 in correlation.
Okay, excellent. All right, that's, while it's unfortunate, the parameters of those are understandable. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Great questions, Director McPartland. I'm hopeful that we can figure out how to resolve these trespasses onto the tracks. Appreciate, Shane, your comments on trying to, this is work in progress, to figure out a way to stop this. So I'm going to go to Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Ames. And thank you, Shane and Chief Alvarez, for your reports today. I want to focus in on quality transit service, and looking at page 10, the train delays. 2 incidents of broken collector shoes resulted in 132 trains delayed. The question I have is, were those broken collector shoes broken by faulty third rail?
Good question, Director. The answer is no. One of those issues was caused by debris that was thrown into the trackway, a foreign object, and the second one was a down cover board.
Okay, well, the cover boards we can have some control over. Debris is very disturbing that it could have such a large, I guess, it caused a flash impact. My only other comment is really around the Fleet of the Future numbers on page 10, and the goal for the Fleet of the Future is what, 4,650 hours mean time between service delays, and we're getting close. And so that's, I think progress is better than flatlining. And so I hope that we're able to get over the hill in the coming months and actually bring the Fleet of the Future into high reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Any other? Are there no other director? Oh, wait, no other comments? Oh, okay, wow, that's pretty fast. Yeah, Shane, I just, this, I've received a lot of complaints about delayed trains. People are on probation, 6-month probation to get, they got their jobs back and they were late to work. I would often get several text messages a day, and then it went to a week. So it is getting better. Could you explain the staffing? I think you said it was staffing shortages that were the cause of the train delays.
Director, there were many causes, but it's a very long timeline. If we associated with the timeline starting in August 2nd, which was included in this quarter, then it could be attributed to a number of things. As I mentioned, yes, staffing. And what we did to correct that for the interim was we promoted part-time train operators to full-time, working with our labor partners together. And then we were able to place those train operators in the proper areas to make up for the deficits that we had because of the new schedule. We also had an issue, as I'd mentioned, with car reliability. Briefly, I mentioned it. When we went to the new schedule and we brought legacy cars back into service, we found that it was very difficult to wake them up, so to speak, and their reliability struggled a little bit initially. It took a while for them to warm up, and then the service recovered after a couple of weeks in August. But yes, to your point, I am aware of the concerns that you and your constituents have had, and we are doing our best. But to answer your question and Director Rayburn's, we are, as I mentioned, we are trending up, whether it be our service or a reliability on cars. We are trending in the right direction.
Thank you for that report, Shane. I appreciate your honesty on this, and I have been getting less messages from my constituents on train timing, but it's very frustrating not to have a train on Monday morning. It's like the worst day to come into work, and then the train's not going to show up. So I appreciate all of your work. I think that concludes the quarterly report, and I will turn this over to the President Foley.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames. I appreciate you pinch hitting for the committee. Just a quick time check. We are almost at noon. I'm hoping that we can make our way through PAL and maybe get us a break and get in a closed session around 1 o'clock. Maybe I'm optimistic, but that's my hope. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley. I'll try my best to move things along. We have 2 items today in the PAL committee. Item 7A is a electric vehicle charging policy for board action, and item B is a system expansion policy update, which is informational.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. I wanted to pass this on to Monica Maher and Rajiv Dabir from the Sustainability Group. This is for the electric vehicle charging policy, which you have heard a couple of months ago in September as an information item. And we took your input as well as input from others. We're prepared to have the board adopt this policy. With that, I'll pass it on to Monica.
Good morning, Monica Maher, Sustainability Project Manager. Today, I want to address the 4 main topics we heard as specific feedback from the board. If you could go to next slide. The 4 topics are external stakeholder engagement, equitable EV adoption, optimizing district investments, and transit-oriented development collaboration. While implementation is not part of the policy, we do want to highlight for the board next steps after the policy is adopted and briefly review the policy summary for your consideration for adoption. Next slide. The first topic was external stakeholder engagement. We circulated the policy draft with many groups. Earlier this week, the Sierra Club provided a copy of their transportation policy, and we compared our proposed policy with that and found alignment. They specifically call on transit agencies to lead by example by installing charging stations for their workers and visitors and adopting long-term commitments for full fleet electrification. From other stakeholders, we heard that the transition to EVs is necessary to meet climate goals. Public charging is necessary to support equitable EV adoption, and our stations are well located for needed charging. There were concerns that how we implement will be impactful for equitable EV adoption, and so since it's important we get this right, we'll continue stakeholder engagement and subject matter expert conversations after policy adoption as we move into implementation. Next slide, please. We provided a few salient quotations for you to review. I won't go over them right now. If you could go to the next slide, please. The second topic of feedback we heard from the board was concern around barriers to EV adoption for low and moderate income households. From speaking with external stakeholders, we heard that EVs are still too expensive for this group. That said, California is working on many fronts to bring down the price with rebates, grants, and manufacturing requirements to increase market availability.
The assumption is that widespread EV adoption is 1 to 5 years out. When we see widespread adoption, there's an absolute need for more publicly accessible EV charging. We heard that consistently from all external stakeholders. Based on BART timelines, now is the right time for us to start planning for implementation so these chargers can be operational around the time there is widespread EV adoption. In thinking beyond individual car ownership, we also talked with a few of our car share partners. They have their own electrification goals and would benefit from the addition of chargers at our parking facilities. Next slide, please. The third topic of feedback was optimizing BART's investments. There are many different funding sources and opportunities to reduce BART's direct costs depending on the component of the EV charging installation. So from left to right on this slide, this graphic is showing those different components and underneath possible funding. So starting on the left, it's the utility infrastructure, then it moves to the customer or BART side of the utility meter, and then finally the actual charger itself, as well as ongoing operation and maintenance. So you can see underneath each of the components the various funding sources available. We're still analyzing which ownership and business model optimizes BART's investment based on all these various components and programs. We're also waiting to see how the $7.5 billion for EV charging infrastructure in the recently passed infrastructure bill can contribute to this program. Next slide, please. The last item of board feedback we heard and agree with is that transit-oriented development is a top priority. We updated the language to be more clear. Specifically, we will coordinate with the TOD group to ensure EV charging infrastructure is not being installed in parking facilities that are slated for near-term TOD. Additionally, with regards to the station access investment framework, we clarify that the addition of EV charging would fall under parking management, which is always a secondary investment for stations with parking. An investment in parking is when more parking spaces are added. There's no intention to add more parking spaces with this policy. We simply plan to add EV charging to existing parking spaces. Next slide, please. After policy adoption, we'll continue to move forward with this program. Regarding EV charging implementation, we're working with maintenance and engineering to determine the best delivery model using a cost-benefit analysis and weighing many options. We're also continuing to work on our pilot to electrify a subsection of our non-revenue vehicle fleet, which includes rail card switchers, logistics trucks, and community service officer vehicles. Currently, we're evaluating grant opportunities and defining charger requirements based on vehicle use. Next slide, please. To summarize the policy, BART is a leader in environmentally friendly transportation, and we have a lot of parking. And these 2 points make us well poised to support equitable EV adoption and encourage BART ridership. The goals of this policy include greener and healthier communities through greenhouse gas emission reduction, equitable access to support equitable EV adoption, and intelligent and scalable operations. Today, we are requesting your adoption of the EV charging policy. You can find a copy of the proposed policy in the board materials, and we also included a run light version so you can see the changes made since the last board meeting. But I look forward to taking any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you, Carl and Val, for your hard work, and particularly the club, along with a number of other partners that we have.
Director Rayburn. There you go. You're muted. There you go.
The computer said that it quit unexpectedly. So let's move on. I wanted to thank Monica and Val and Carl for their continued outreach to our partners, including the Sierra Club that weighed in the past week. And I've been working with the Sierra Club for several months on this policy. And I think that it's important for me to first, before we turn to public comments, I wish to share a small revision I want to promote and ask from my colleagues to support. And District Secretary, do you have the revision that you could put up on the screen? Okay, as you can see, it looks like there's a lot of change here, but really the major change is the addition of item D under goal number 1. And
Is that better?
Sure, I think it is, because then I can just go down to the third.
Chair Rayburn, is there any way this could be emailed? This is just, it's a little hard to follow, and I want to make sure we all get the gist of what you're recommending before we vote.
We wanted to be very careful about emailing, because then emailing of policy engenders discussion amongst the board. And so what I wish to do is I'll first just share the substantive change is goal number 1D, and I'll read it. To acknowledge BART's station access policy, treating EV charging as part of BART's automobile parking management, which is a secondary investment after walking, biking, and transit. That is the only absolutely new language here. I made a number of other, actually just 3 other, what could be considered clarifying and non-material changes to the language. So I think staff could verify that those are clarifying and non-material. Could I get a comment on that?
We can go right back here.
Correct. We feel that those just add clarification.
Thank you. I moved some things from one item up into the introduction so that, as you heard, transit-oriented development is something that we want to protect. Overall, I feel that we must be careful to not upend the board's previously adopted commitments to transit-oriented development and to our station access policies. So with that in mind, I would like to encourage a discussion about these items, and perhaps at this point, the district secretary could send out the proposed modifications, and I will go ahead and ask for public comments now.
So I have one public comment that I need to read into record.
Thank you.
And it's from the city of Oakland. It's a letter of support for BART's EV charging policy. Dear BART Board of Directors, the Oakland Department of Transportation supports 3 goals of BART's electric vehicle charging policy, which include greener and healthier communities, equitable access, and intelligent, scalable operations. These goals align well with city's own goals for vehicle electrification and equitable implementation of climate action. Through the approval of this policy, BART can actively support the city of Oakland's goals laid out on its equitable climate action plan and its zero emission vehicle action plan currently under development. BART's new EV policy will align with plans and goals already set forth by the city of Oakland. The city of Oakland's GHG emissions reduction target of 56% by 2030. The 2030 ECAP, which establishes actions that the city and its partners will take to equitably reduce Oakland's climate emissions and adapt to a changing climate. The 2022 Zero Emission Vehicle Action Plan, which prioritizes investment in frontline communities to ensure that EV charging technology is accessible to residents who have been historically marginalized by air pollution and disinvestment. In support of equitable access, Oakland Department of Transportation encourages BART to prioritize plans and implementation of publicly available electric vehicle charging at BART stations located in Oakland's disadvantaged communities. This includes the stations at West Oakland, Fruitvale, and These three communities lack access to electric vehicle charging, but bear disproportionately high levels of air, soil, and water pollution. These three stations each contain parking lots that could host a significant number of EV chargers. Oakland Department of Transportation welcomes joint efforts to apply for or to obtain grant funding for EV chargers at these three locations. Sincerely, Ryan Russo, Director, Oakland Department of Transportation.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing from ODOT's Ryan Russo.
So the next speaker is Alita Dupree. Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. As I bring you some positive energy, pun definitely intended. So I've been waiting for this, and I think this is definitely relevant to the work and mission of BART, because BART is not an island. And there will always be a subset of people who need to have personal automobiles. And I've got nothing against cars. I like cars. I want to rent a Tesla Model S, take it out on Interstate 15, out in the wide open spaces. Of course, I will be complying with the speed laws. I think the biggest barriers to people getting EVs, and I've experienced myself, is one that many, if not most people who are in equity priorities communities don't control their own real estate. So they don't have a way that they can charge the car. They could be living in a second floor apartment and we can't be running extension cords down to the ground. Very, very dangerous. Definitely not good practice. And many, not just that, but also because the upfront cost is higher in general, it's a high bar to get over, even if the total life cycle cost of owning an EV is less, and it generally is. So these cars can sit at BART stations for a period of hours and charge slowly, especially during times of day that if there's a surplus of renewable energy on the grid, it can be used to charge the batteries of these cars. I do feel that we need to look hard at technology. I am hoping for frictionless induction type technology, and I don't know much about it. I know Antelope Valley Transportation Authority is doing this down in the South with their electric bus fleet. And the reason why I bring that up is when I read about the rampant catalytic converter theft that is occurring around the country, I am worried about cable tampering, whether it be simply pulling out of cables or whether it be vandalism of cables, which can invite a whole host of problems. So I don't want technology to slow us down. I hope that this program will help us to drive technology toward a greater seamless experience so more people can enjoy the benefits, not just of electric vehicles, but of BART, the people system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Do we have other public comments?
Emma,
I would like to speak. Hi.
You may address the board.
Yes. I've lived in the Bay Area for over 4 decades. I have so much appreciation for the BART system. I think it's amazing that BART is spearheading a movement towards mass EV charging stations. But my concern is that there's no financially accessible EV charging for low-income individuals and families. There's currently no program that offers affordable, discounted, or low-cost charging for those with low income. And the state of California, they offer EV grants to to those with low income towards the purchase of EVs. However, many who have low income do not own their own homes. We can't set up home chargers. We live in apartments with no access to garages. And those who are underprivileged usually, tend to live in high areas of pollution, areas of high pollution. And it's in these areas that a movement towards electrification is necessary, just like what that letter that you read from Oakland. And it's not just Oakland, but also in other parts of the Bay Area. And, this is a very difficult situation. And my hope is that BART will consider offering affordable or discounted EV charging stations with those low income in relation to the Bay Area. Like, the Bay Area is so expensive, and our poverty threshold is so much more different than the poverty threshold in the general state of California. And I'm hoping BART will consider offering affordable EV charging for those who fall within the Bay Area low to moderate income bracket. And I'm just hoping there's potential to work with the state of California or a solar power company to institute this affordable EV charging. And it would just be amazing to use the power of the sun to be able to charge EVs. And this would be really a major step in making EV charging accessible to those in various financial demographics. And perhaps if BART initiated this type of program, it will motivate and inspire others like Caltrain and the different amphitheaters, the stadiums, various park and rides around the Bay Area to also have financially accessible EV charging. And I applaud BART for moving forward in this movement to reduce greenhouse emissions, taking care of our home, our planet. It's a difficult task. And I'm hopeful that a low-income EV charging program will allow those who are impoverished to also be a part of the movement in creating a more sustainable future. And yeah, I just really, I hope that you'll hear my words and really consider, because it's time for change and we need someone to provide the impulse. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. Do we have other public comments?
No, we do not at this time, Director Rayburn. Well, I see one. It was hidden. Michael Randolph, you may address the board.
Welcome.
*6 to unmute yourself. I don't think.
Michael, if you're
Michael
there.
Randolph.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. So my name is Michael Randolph. I'm a transportation planner at the Oakland Department of Transportation, and I'm co-lead on the Oakland Zero Emission Vehicle Action Plan. So I'm very thankful to be included into the stakeholder process for this policy. The department submitted a letter of support, but I'm speaking to add more context. So of course, the goals of the policy align with Oakland's greenhouse gas emissions reductions, the goals of the 2030 Equitable Climate Action Plan, and as well as the upcoming Zero Emission Vehicle Plan we have due next year. So a major component of the Zero Emission Vehicle Plan has been trying to address the inequities that currently exist in the city of Oakland regarding where electric vehicle infrastructure exists and access to those vehicles. And for example, at least with the infrastructure, there aren't any public EV chargers in West Oakland, west of 580, and there are very few in East Oakland. And these are the communities that are bearing the brunt of pollution exposure. So to ameliorate this, the city would like to leverage its own city-owned assets to increase the availability of public chargers in underserved neighborhoods. But we do have limited options, and most of these assets are either close to public or located in garages that are concentrated downtown. And so BART stations like West Oakland, Fruitvale, and Coliseum are major opportunities to increase the availability of public charging in these communities that currently have little to none. And additionally, through the outreach process of the plan, many residents and in these communities have identified BART stations as very natural places they'd like to see vehicle charging in their communities. So the City of Oakland and the Department of Transportation looks forward to partnering with BART on increasing the availability of chargers in these neighborhoods. Definitely also in agreement about protecting transportation, TOD that was mentioned earlier by the director, especially BART lots that might be queued for TOD like West Oakland. But we're looking forward to collaborate with BART, Oakland Planning and Building, and private development to find options for publicly available charging in these communities if possible. And thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, any additional commenters?
That is it, Director Rayburn. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Jackie. You're a great facilitator. And I thank all of the public commenters. We'll start with Director Lee, followed by President Foley, followed by Director Allen.
Great. Chair Rayburn, did you make a formal motion with your changes yet?
I would like to move approval of the policy that I put up on the screen.
Great. And can we hear from staff if there's any concerns? It seems like all the changes are fairly light and fairly in line with what staff is thinking.
Yes, we feel these edits add clarification that align with our intended meeting, so we support them.
Excellent. Well, I would be excited to second that, Chair Rayburn. So thank you so much to Monica, to Carl's team for your work here. I support this policy today. I think Director Rayburn, your revisions make a lot of sense. I appreciate the presentation we also received a couple months ago, and I'm very glad to see the lengthy list of external stakeholders that staff has engaged around the development of this policy. It was great to see the OCDOT letter that our district secretary read out, and I want to thank Michael Randolph from OCDOT for taking the time to speak to us today. So ultimately, my reading of this is that the policy we are considering today doesn't actually decide on much when it comes to what EV charging at our stations could look like. The importance, however, of setting the policy today is to make sure that any implementation is in line with all of our other existing policies, and really to help BART be able to pursue and secure state and federal funds for developing and running this infrastructure. I believe that BART needs to move where the dollars are going, and so this is a smart move for us to make today. With that said, a little bit similar to our surveillance policy and the expansion of surveillance technology, I would like BART staff to return to this board prior to any actual decisions being made about what EV charging implementation looks like. Implementation will require key decisions to be made, like whether EV charging will be installed or operating in-house versus a contractor, what type of technology we're using, the stations we're prioritizing, what sorts of fees we would have, what low-income access we would have, and more. I think the public commenter who was speaking around the affordability and accessibility of EV charging is really on point with everything I am aware of. But we're not making decisions about that today, but certainly prior to implementation, we would. So I believe that the board should have a chance to weigh in on those decisions and for them to not just be internal staff decisions. So when we are at that point, I would ask staff to bring this policy back to the board for consideration, hopefully once we've secured, a good amount of state and federal funding to implement. So I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee, and I concur with much of everything that you said. President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. A couple of quick questions. The first is sort of following up on what Director Lee just asked. Does approval of this policy today remove staff's requirement to come to us for any EV policy in the future regarding rates, how the program works? Or is this simply adopting the policy and then you will be coming back to us in the future?
We will keep you informed as the program takes shape to give the opportunity for board input.
Okay, so that didn't quite answer my question. Does that mean you're going to come back and seek our, I'm sorry.
It's the latter. It's the latter,
Okay.
President Foley.
All right, just wanted to make sure you were going to come back for us because that affects my vote today. The question I asked before, and I just wanted to confirm publicly that this is the case, but will charging be available for non-BART riders and how will that work?
Yes, the current plan is that during peak commute hours, similar to parking, currently it would be for BART riders, but then on nights and weekends it'd be available for the community.
Okay. And has staff had a chance to look at the cost of a BART owned and operated option rather than going with a third party?
It is what we are evaluating. The specifics are site specific of all of the infrastructure that's needed, but there is a lot of external funding to cover a lot of those site specific costs.
Okay. And again, you'll come back to us for authorization before you move forward with any sort of contract with an EV company?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rayburn. Those are my questions.
Thank you, President Foley and Director Ames.
Thank you. I appreciate that amendment noting that it's the EV program as a secondary investment. Because we're promoting people driving to the station, and we really want to encourage the walking and the biking, right? Not drive, because after all, it is a car and it's vehicle miles traveled, although there's no greenhouse gases, which is a positive. We're still driving on our roads, which we don't want to encourage. And I would have liked to understand this cost neutrality of this program, because I guess that's a concern, right? We don't want to put in more operating costs towards this. And I wonder if staff is considering like an exit strategy where if this isn't really paying for itself, it's becoming an operational problem. How would we deal with that with, if we used a vendor? Would we ask the vendor to remove all of the equipment, or, what would be the handoff or the exit strategy to go to another vendor is another concern. I guess we'll probably figure this out as we go. Just concerned about having outdated equipment out there, or it's becoming an operational cost to us.
Director Valminotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer. I think that's the kind of additional information we're going to bring back to the board once we've done some additional analysis here. I mean, today we just wanted to get the policy direction clarified from the board. So that's what we're asking for today.
Thank you.
Okay. There have been several other discussions, and one of the public commenters mentioned the issue over the pricing and with regard to equity. I think that that's something that is more of an ongoing discussion. I asked just the other day staff to whether we could consider using the Smart Clipper 20% discount to identify people who it's a means-based fare, if we could apply that to the parking as well. So there may be some options that we're able to deploy. I note that under the goal for equitable access, item C is to develop metrics that aim to measure equitable EV charger use, and these would be reported back to the board. So I think there's still some things to be worked out. One thing that we haven't really discussed at all is that we would deploy electric vehicles as part of our non-revenue fleet. So the vehicles that the progressive policing and our other employees are driving should be really the first test bed for, are we adopting the best and technology that's available. So those are my comments. I hear Director McPartland would like to speak. I'll zip it for a minute.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. I wasn't going to get into this. It was kind of in the background, but since you ended up pointing us in that direction, I'll go ahead and cover a concern. As some of us have experienced over the years with price changing and increases in fares, we will end up doing something as far as fares is concerned, and then San Francisco or AC Transit will end up going in the opposite direction. And when we look at it from the standpoint of trying to have something that will make sense to the public and will end up being interoperable, if you want to end up calling it that, when we have patrons that will be using multiple public transportation systems. It's been frustrating to the point where we want to pull our hair out after we've come up with a solution, and then find out that, you know, City of San Francisco will be doing something that'll throw us right back into an area where we haven't been able to have any kind of parallel stuff. I spent way too much getting into that history. The whole issue here, though, is that we need to end up keeping our fingers on the pulse of what else is going on in the rest of the community, because the other providers in the past have been in a position where, the providers that, as we end up going forward for electrical vehicle charging stations, will end up determining the kind of prices that we should have if we end up providing this for the public, whether we are discounting it or not. And if we do discount it, the primary issue needs to be that we should at least be cost neutral. We're not trying to turn this into a revenue source, or at least I would think that we wouldn't want to. But we need to end up having reciprocity with the local community, so that we don't find that either no one is coming to us or everyone is coming to us at the expense of the local community. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McPartland. And I think that's the intention, is to phase this in, test it with our own non-revenue vehicles, allocate a few chargers at a time. So let's go to, I have my motion and a second from Director Lee. District Secretary, would you please call for the vote?
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon, Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy, Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to what's now called the System Expansion Policy. We might rename that policy itself. So.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I'm going to introduce the System Expansion Policy. But before handing it off to Hannah Lindelof, I will ask Val Minotti to give this some context. This is a policy that's been in existence since 1999, which may sound like a song, but it's been a long, long time since it has been looked at. And so Val can give context as to what BART looked like back then and where we are headed today.
Thank you, Carl. Val Minotti, Chief Planning and Development Officer. So the System Expansion Policy is a tool that staff uses to evaluate and then develop recommendations to the board on advancing projects. And these are either transit extension type projects or infill stations. So kind of going back in time, when the policy was originally adopted, this was after the recent extensions to the Tri-Valley and out to East Contra Costa County. And it was after the BART SFO extension was already under construction. And so the board wanted to kind of make a break from some of the historic maps that we had, where we had some dashed lines, and wanted to consider how the region was changing on a number of fronts, and including kind of BART's own priorities. And some of these have to do with our competing needs, such as, the emerging, as the system was getting older, at the time 30 years old, state of good repair and capacity challenges that we were facing, in addition to kind of our operating, paying for the operating budget. Another consideration was on the technology side, looking at other types of technologies to fit, that would appropriately fit different corridors, which Hannah will speak to. And a third being the land use, that if the region was going to be taking some actions to expand transit, making sure that land use, there was commensurate decisions at the local level to go in line with the regional investment. So with that, why don't I turn it over to Hannah to walk through the presentation.
Thanks, Val. Good afternoon, directors. I'm Hannah Lindelof, Strategic Planning and Policy. Today, we're going to present an introduction to an update of the system expansion policy. Next slide. So we'll briefly cover some background information on the existing policy, an overview of key areas staff recommends updating, and next steps. Next slide. The current policy framework, including goals and strategies, was adopted by the board in 1999. Subsequently, in 2002, the board adopted system expansion criteria and process as Attachment A. And Attachment B includes metrics for staff recommendation. As Val noted, at the time of policy adoption, BART was coming out of a period of several extensions, and there was an identified need to establish a consistent method to evaluate and screen extension projects that were being proposed by local jurisdictions and county transportation agencies. There was also a desire to consider appropriate technologies and to identify processes for investing resources beyond the original system design. In terms of application, the policy has influenced decisions on project advancement, such as in the case of Livermore, technology alternative decisions, such as selecting DMU technology for eBART, and successfully influencing local station area planning efforts for more transit-supportive land uses in Antioch and Livermore. Next slide. So there have been about 20 years of changes at the federal, state, and local levels. Even just at BART, this slide shows how many updates we have made over the past 6 years into our policies. The aim would be to bring this system expansion policy in line with these other more current policies. As another example, the evaluation criteria in the current policy were developed based on now out-of-date FTA new starts criteria, which is now the Capital Investments Grant Program. Next slide. This slide illustrates the last point, showing the 2002 BART policy criteria and how they vary from the 2016 Capital Investment Grants criteria, which are also currently being updated and are expected to change in the near term. Next slide. So slide 5 is just to highlight the importance of ongoing regional planning and coordination and acknowledge that regional support is necessary for any BART extension. The policy will need to consider regional goals of policy and planning as well as our internal priorities. Next slide. Our initial review indicates an opportunity to strengthen the district's commitments to transit-supportive land uses, racial and economic equity, environmental targets, core impacts such as capacity and resilience, and fiscal sustainability. Strengthening these areas also serves to better reflect BART's current strategic plan goals. The current policy also already does a good job in some areas, such as in terms of highlighting customer experience, regional economy, and ridership growth, and we would recommend to continue emphasis in these areas. Next slide. So we also want to be clear about how we define applicability or use of the policy. A primary function is to clearly communicate to external partners BART's process for consideration of expansion projects. The policy should focus on the goals of such a project, recognizing that implementation strategies may vary based on the project type. The policy should also be broad enough to consider extensions of lines with new stations as well as infill stations. In that regard, the policy could be considered to be more about system development than just system expansion. Next slide. Staff will also revisit the policy structure, looking to structure this policy more similarly to recent policies the board has adopted, with a focus on goals that are supported by objectives and strategies. We'll also look to identify those critical areas that must be more adaptable to change over time. In those areas, we could look to where we can incorporate reference to other policies and criteria. For example, the policy could reference the current FTA capital investment grant criteria rather than trying to restate them. Statements of purpose and goals are longer lasting than detailed criteria that may be better kept current outside of this policy. And then again, just to reiterate the importance of this policy as a tool for communication, and then to reconsider how implementation is addressed in the policy. Next slide. So in terms of implementation, the policy could be addressed through a business case process. This tool can be used to inform decisions over the life of a project. It is iterative over time, so analyses become progressively elaborate as the project is defined. This approach would maintain multiple decision points, potentially earlier in the project development than we currently do. The graphic here shows a conceptual process overview. So the green arrows show a typical project delivery process, and the arrows in blue show the business case process with multiple decision points earlier in the project development to ensure the project is on the right path before continuing to allocate resources, and aligning the final business case approval in line with completion of environmental review, which is currently the primary decision point to approve a project in today's process. Next slide. So lastly, this slide outlines the next steps. Today, we welcome your input on the policy update and direction. In early 2002, staff proposed to begin stakeholder engagement with the intention to bring proposed policy revisions back to the board next spring in the aim of adopting a policy in summer of 2022. With that, I would welcome your feedback.
Thank you, Hannah and Val, for your thoughtful and hard work on preparing this important policy change. Before I turn to the board, I'd like to see if there are any public comments.
There's one. Ben Kaufman, you may address the board.
Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, Director Rayburn, and all of our directors. I'm just speaking on behalf of Transport Oakland, which is an organization in the city of Oakland that supports more sustainable transportation options. We very much support this system expansion policy and are looking forward to additional infill developments throughout the city of Oakland, especially in the PDAs, of which I believe almost all of Oakland, at least the flatlands, lie in. And then speaking on a personal level, I live in a neighborhood close to 14th Avenue, and there is already a group of neighbors that is very excited and actively organizing to support an infill station at 14th Avenue, and you'll be hearing more from us in the future. So thank you so much for your time and for considering additional expansion of the system.
Thank you, Ben, for your comments. Do we have any other public comments?
Not at this time, Director Rayburn.
Okay, I'll turn to the directors, starting with Director Salzman, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you. I'm really glad that we are revisiting this policy. After 20 years, it is clearly time to do so, and thrilled that we will be having it be inclusive of infill stations, because the reality is there aren't that many more extensions out there. You know, we had our vote on Livermore. We've already approved an agreement with Santa Clara County to move forward there. There's still some rumblings in Contra Costa about maybe expanding BART or maybe doing something in West County, though West County's own study said it should be express bus. But there's just not a whole lot out there. And I think actually, besides, the Link 21 project, what we could be most successful with is doing infill stations where there is a lot more density, a lot more both residents and jobs, and a lot more transit dependent people. I know, we had a study many years ago looking at starting kind of initially to look at potential infill stations, and then it went nowhere because we had other capital priorities. But I hope that through this process and then the next steps after we create and finalize this policy is that we will look seriously at infill projects, infill stations again. And I realize there is not a dime in existence right now to even plan these infill stations, but I think we need to start to think about it because, if we don't update this policy for another 20 years, I am hopeful that there will continue to be changes in federal and state funding for more transit infrastructure. And we need to be ready with some of these projects. We've already identified some high priority projects, especially in Oakland. There's great distance between those stations for such an urban area. None of those happen to me in my district, but I don't care. They're still very important to the whole system. So I just want to make sure that we're getting ourselves ready, even though we might be thinking there's no money now, but we need to be ready with the plans. And that's how BART got extensions done a long time ago, is being ready with the plan. And I think that's how we need to do it with these infill stations, which I think are incredibly important. So with that said, the process over the coming not quite year, I guess 9 months or so before we adopt a policy, I hope does not just involve stakeholders, but also the general public. I tweeted about this item coming, and I got dozens and dozens and dozens of responses by people excited about particular potential infill stations. So there's clearly a lot of interest out there, and there's an interest in kind of how we shape this policy to have some standards about how we decide about where we would pursue an infill station. So I think we need to have a public process as well as a stakeholder process. And for the stakeholder process, I think it's important to not just include county transportation agencies and MTC and places like that, but the cities, because the cities, I think, are the most interested in having stations there or not. And we need to hear from them on this. So again, excited where this is going. I think it's headed in a good direction. The final thing I'll say is I want to make sure we continue to be inclusive about, not just thinking about BART technology, but what else is out there. Like we did eBART, and that was probably a smart decision to go that way instead of to use regular BART technology. Who knows, that might not even be open today if the BART board had gone that route, since it would have been a lot more expensive. And it's clearly successful. So looking at technology like that, but also looking at express buses, bus rapid transit, just like we looked at for Livermore, that didn't move forward. But I think we need to continue to be inclusive about technologies and not just stuck in the very expensive BART technology, which might not be the best solution for everywhere. So thank you, and excited to see this move forward.
Thank you, Director Salzman. And Director Ames.
Thank you. This is a great discussion about infill stations, because I have one in Fremont. It's the Irvington station. And, they're actually developing affordable housing around this area. They're trying to improve public transit in the event the Irvington station becomes a reality. And when I think of the business case of how this would pencil for BART, I compare it to maybe what MTC is doing. I believe that they do a cost benefit analysis to put projects on Plan Bay Area. This is what staff had briefed me on yesterday. And when I talked to the city of Fremont, which would be a great stakeholder to have, of course, in this outreach effort, it seems that city of Fremont says, well, there's already a sunken cost. We've got $35 million in investment just to plan for the site to be there. Of course, the rail is there already. And I guess they've done some grade separations to make that station, so it wouldn't conflict with cars. We have a grade separation at that station. So there's a sunken investment. That's a benefit. There might be a cost operationally, but possibly that's marginal because the system already runs through there. But the big hurdle for Fremont is, they were, I guess at the time, a redevelopment agency, and they now cannot find the extra 120 million to build the station. We've got, I believe 120 million local match, because that went through a Measure BB transportation tax. But so we have a 50% local match, but we do need funding for this. And maybe just like to ask staff is, if we decide to do these infill stations in Oakland, which sounds like a great idea, or Irvington, we pursue the infrastructure funding to offset the capital cost at the very minimum?
Director Ames, could you ask that question again? I didn't quite understand the last part of it.
Just want to know, like Fremont's got a local match of 120 million, and we need another 120 to build an infill station. We've done the environmental, we're doing the construction documents. So can we use funding from the infrastructure bill for infill stations?
So the infrastructure bill, as you know, and as all the directors are aware, we have a lot of infrastructure needs for our existing system. And the Irvington project, the way it is set up, it was a carryover from Warm Springs. The way it was set up is that the city of Fremont is supposed to fund that project. I understand that it was a redevelopment agency and that has been dissolved by the state. However, it's not set up for BART to take on that responsibility and take away funding for our existing infrastructure needs to support Irvington.
Director Director, I just wanted to add also currently that infill station, Irvington, we haven't actually looked to federalize that project. So we've completed, the board's approved the CEQA document. I don't believe we've done anything related to NEPA, and I think they're not looking to federal dollars. So we'd have to reposition how the project moves forward.
And we did ask that question earlier on, just when we were looking at the shortfall to try to help the city. And I think it was, the response was not favorable to go in that direction. But so we didn't take that any further. I don't know if the city of Fremont took it any further. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, I appreciate this, identifying the hurdles to get an infill station. But when I look at Link 21 and they say we have a ridership need, a gap that we need to try to fill, it looks like an infill station would help in this effort. Because Link 21 talks about ridership from Fremont all the way to Oakland. And to me, an infill station would help in that effort. I guess there was some misconceptions with Fremont. They thought they could get the funding, but they're not a rail agency. As we know, funding rules and regulations change over time. This is a legacy project. So apparently Fremont is saying they can't get the rail funding because it has to be a rail agency. So I would just look to when we develop these business cases for infill station, what's the funding for the new stations? Because we have a capital structural deficit, we have an operational structural deficit, but then we've got big projects coming in through like Link 21, and that is being justified with a ridership need that we're not serving, which would be, to me, goes right to the infill station solution. So with that, I'm hopeful that, we can work with stakeholders like the city of Fremont and the city of Oakland to figure out how we can make these cases work, because it is the devil in the details of how to make this not be a drain on operating costs for BART. Although, we add more stations, it's going to be more operating costs. So there's a challenge, but I think to grow our ridership, this is a start. This policy could be a start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other directors that would like to make comments? Then I'll make my comments, and I'll start with, I'm very excited to see that we're identifying first and foremost a process and using a business case model that's aligned with the environmental certification that won't go away, of course. So I really like that idea. I'm also very supportive of seeing us get rid of the word expansion. That implies BART. Infill implies BART, but not everything that we talk about in terms of transit is really infill or expansion. Multimodal hubs. I think that's building out multimodal hub capacity at our stations doesn't fit the definitions here. But I can imagine, and I've heard about a developing project proposed by AC Transit at Rockridge that would be, it would be costly, yet it would truly transform that station into a multimodal hub where the buses run freely, the passengers don't have to cross a busy College Avenue or stand at the signal watching their bus leave. They would be able to exit the station and board easily. As well, we have projects of multimodal or multi-agency integration, and that's a big matter for us. Caltrain, of course, comes to mind immediately. So I would like to expand the definition a bit. But I'd also, before I would like to carry on about some ideas for infill, what the criteria should be. And I've been dealing with a number of infill proposals at this agency for a number of years. Some have crashed and burned, others have good merit. Of course, housing, job, activity center density, those are going to be front and center. We're not going to, propose building infill stations at a site that has no one of living there. The San Antonio district of Oakland does come to mind, and it's been in my mind since the mid-1990s when I was serving as the executive director of the East Bay Bike Coalition. And Mayor Harris and his staff and I worked together on rebuilding the 16th Avenue Caltrans overcrossing. Caltrans had proposed that overcrossing just be built for seismic purposes. It would be the exact same facility that was built in 1946, only it would be stronger. And we said, no, it has to provide access to the San Antonio community, to the Oakland estuary. And lo and behold, we succeeded in it. And by 1998, we snipped the ribbon on that project. But in arguing for that project, I did a little quick analysis and found that within a half a mile in the upstream area, the San Antonio neighborhood from the bridge, there lived 50,000 people. And so we need to have the analysis tools ready at hand to evaluate these projects, put them through that business case analysis. But there are a number of other criteria. Of course, in Link 21, we've put equity front and center. And so identifying communities, low-income populations that are underserved by transit. Link 21 this last weekend had some commenters ask about the San Antonio neighborhood. And they said, yes, on an equity lens, that area lights up. So that has to be an element. Access is another element that has to be addressed. And I like to say access from all quadrants. So that, if it ends up that we have to build pedestrian bridges in every direction to get to a station, it's not likely to pencil out. It'll be way too expensive. We need, again, to create multimodal hubs and use that as a designing criteria. I think Fruitvale is one of our best stations in terms of a good, well laid out multimodal hub. it's a fairly recent development, well, within the last 20 years. We also need to minimize the disruption, and disruption could occur to existing urban developments. It could disruptions to existing transportation networks or disruptions to BART's core operations. And I remember one infill proposal for a station at Jack London back in 2006, before I was on the board. But the amount of land that would have to be taken in order to not disrupt what essentially is the busiest neck point in the entire system leading to the Transbay Tube, it would have been phenomenal. As well, it was an infill station being proposed at a point where our gradient is climbing up from a subway to aerial structures. Another area that has to be addressed is resilience. And I'm not going to even elaborate on that, but it needs to be one of the check boxes. And I am excited about co-development opportunities, and Link 21 really represents one of those opportunities that could end up being a win-win for everyone. So I hope that gives a few ideas for staff to work on, and I'll probably hear from more people out in the community and strong justifications. When we talk about infill, I love going into the community and asking people about how it will actually enhance their commute experience. And again, with the San Antonio district, one might be inclined to say, oh, we've just launched a bus rapid transit in the area. So they have good service. And I think bus rapid transit is outstanding. I've been on it a number of times and I love it. The buses show up actually more frequently than BART in some cases. But those buses aren't necessarily going over the Bay Bridge or connecting to the entire BART network. And so we're looking at, I think, ways that these projects can enhance your personal travel. So let's move on from there. If anybody has anything to add.
Director Rayburn, we have a public speaker that has their hand raised.
Oh, please.
Gordon Douglas, you may address the board.
Hi, thanks so much. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I just going to take a quick moment. I've been sitting on this call all morning, enjoying listening to everything. I'm glad we got to this topic before I have to jump off, but I'm low on time. I just wanted to add another comment in favor of this whole approach. I'm so glad that this is back on the agenda today. And, I'm a resident, I should say, of the Clinton neighborhood. In East Lake, San Antonio, and I'm also an urban planning professor. And this comes up all the time. I can't tell you how many graduate students I've had looking at infill on BART in the planning program. It just seems to me one of the most essential, straightforward, although of course costly and expensive and complicated, but really something we should be pursuing as a system. What a straightforward way for us for BART to become more of the urban service that it can and should be for our dense urban region. And there are so many opportunities, 14th Avenue, San Antonio, being, I think, an essential one, being such a dense, diverse urban area that is underserved with 3 miles between stations there, and just so much opportunity all around it. And it's at grade. So that's me on the record in favor of a BART station there and more infill stations in general. Thanks to all of you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Gordon. I think that unless we have any other public commenters, that would.
We do not.
close the PAL committee. I'll hand it back to President Foley. Thank you. We could.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I appreciate you getting us through that committee. So in the interest of our staff and the public that are engaged with us now, in the interest of their time, let's see if we can't get through the GM's report and board matters and then go into closed session so we can wrap up the meeting. So with that, I'll turn it over to the GM.
Thanks, President Foley. Just a couple of updates, I think, for me. Let me start with holiday service. So just so the board is tracking and we are clear with the board, BART, we're going to be running Saturday service for the upcoming holidays. That includes Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. Now, normally we would run Sunday service, but we close at 9 on Sundays. So we want to make sure that everybody has, that we're available should people be out there. And so we're going to run Saturday service for those holidays. And New Year's, we're going to extend our service on New Year's for the fireworks. And the last dispatch of trains is going to happen at 1 o'clock. And to all the directors there that are probably thinking, can you please put this up on the website? It's already been posted on the website by Alicia. So just making sure that you know that we're running Saturday service. We're being very forward-leaning for the holidays coming up here. Secondly, the toy drive. So President Foley, thanks for your leadership, and you have selected the East Contra Costa Community Alliance as the recipient of all the gifts and toys that will be generously donated by BART and all of our staff, and that's going to be co-hosted within our BART family by External Affairs and the BART Police Department. So we are going to, Rod and his team and the chief and his team are already tracking on this, and donations can be made either by ordering online up through December 10th or in person up through the 16th. And any questions, the directors, you have any questions on this topic, the toy drive, reach out to Linton Johnson, who works for Rod. So wanted to make sure you're tracking on that. I was out at SF State. Alicia and I spent an afternoon out at SF State. Unfortunately, Director Lee, you could not attend. You were called to, I think you were meeting with one of the Board of Supervisors out there. But it was a great day out there. The president of the university came out and met with us. We had the BART-mobile out there. We talked to a lot of students that out there about feedback. And then Alicia and I went and spent about an hour on the platform at Daly City. So that was well done. And I think, Director, that is going to conclude my comments, except one more. Actually, this one I want to make sure you're tracking on too. Next Tuesday, the 23rd, Alicia and I are going to be out at Hayward Shops, and we're going to do a media event on our filtration systems. All of our MERV 14 filters on every single car that we have out there. On circulating the air once every 70 seconds. And so we'll be out there with the media, and the plan is that we're going to live stream the event as well on Twitter. So just making sure that you're tracking on that. That's 23 November. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President.
Thank you, GM Powers. Any board or public comment? Director Rayburn, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, not on the general managers.
All right. Director Powers, I did have one question, which is, has there been any discussion around the possibility of providing free BART service on New Year's Eve?
So first, Director, President Foley, are you promoting me to Director Powers? Is that for everything I've been doing? Did you just give me a promotion?
Yes, I did. You've been deputized.
That's a promotion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Director, it comes up, every New Year's Eve, and we have a committee here, looking at New Year's Eve service, and we think that staying the course on having it, staying open and providing that service, and, having it, business as usual at BART is the way to go. So, with the police department, the operations, the GM's office, and our safety department, that's kind of collectively where we come to. We do, entertain that and, give it a think every year, but, given where we are right now with our economics, and we think it's pertinent to stay the course on this one.
All right, Director Ames.
Yeah, I actually surprised BART by going to the San Francisco State University event. I had a colleague that introduced me to some students there that actually initiated this Gator Pass. It was a grassroots movement. I think it's called the Gator Pass, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Janice, thank you. Director Lee, yeah. So anyway, I got their business cards, and I'm hopeful that we can do something like that at Cal State East Bay, but it was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. All right, well, let's move on. Let's move on to the last agenda item before we go to closed session, which is board matters. So this is the opportunity for board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. Do any board members have anything to introduce? Director Lee.
Yeah, I just want to say, Director Ames, thank you so much for heading out to SF State. I talked to some SF State folks about it, and it sounds like it was a great event. Everyone was very jealous at BART. The BART-mobile was there. Just one thing to note and then one question. I do want to know, there were a lot of things that happened between last meeting and now, but I did have a chance to join Tim Chan, Molly Burke, and others, Director Duffy, at the groundbreaking celebration last Tuesday, November 9th, for the Balboa Park Upper Yard 100% affordable housing development. It was quite the fanfare. They had like totes and t-shirts to give out. Like, it was all out. We were joined by a lot of different elected officials, including San Francisco Mayor London Breed and Senator Scott Wiener, and there was a whole host of performances and speeches. I'm just really excited this is finally breaking ground. I know BART's part in it is really more around the plaza and really making a new beautiful entranceway for our station, and we were able to secure affordable housing and sustainable communities grant funding from the state, thanks to really great work with Abby Thorne-Lyman and her team. All that to say, it was a great celebration. I really appreciate the chance for BART to be recognized and for Director Duffy and I to be given speaking roles there. The only thing that I want to know is actually for you, Jackie, our district secretary. I know that you held a BART redistricting meeting on Wednesday the 10th. Just wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a highlight of how that went. Unfortunately, I was unable to make it.
So my video keeps moving around, so I'm looking over here now. So there weren't that many public on the call. The video is uploaded. I just had Sung from media reload the passcode because we were having a problem with the passcode on the website. So I had her post the passcode with the Zoom video so that the public can watch the video. I just emailed the redistricting committee because I need to hold another redistricting committee because the consultant team wants to release preliminary drawings of potential drawings of the districts to the public and have the outreach, the next 6 outreach meetings and the potential lines. So we want to do that in the evenings and the weekends, and I want to blast those dates out to the public. And so, but they would like to hold another meeting like we did on the 10th. So I sent out an email blast to our redistricting committee. So hopefully they can respond to me so we can hold that, but hopefully on the 1st, so that I can get those dates out to the public. And so we can move forward holding all those dates with the consultants. And so we can move forward with posting all the dates that we will hold with the consultant where they would just meet with the public on all the potential district lines.
Great. Thank you so much, District Secretary, for that work and the outreach. People have asked me questions about it, and so I'm really glad that we're really publicizing that work. So thank you.
Yeah, so, and I did work with Rod, and so I have all of government and community relations, and with Maceo, we have all of their community outreach, all of their blasts. So I'm going to send it out to everyone under the sun so that we make sure we send it out to everyone. So I want to make sure I send out all the dates at the same time so that everyone knows all the dates in advance so that we can get a huge constituent. So if they're not able to attend one date, they could at least attend some of them.
Super, thank you. Vice President Salzman, then Director Rayburn.
Yeah, just wanted to report on a couple of things, both related to Berkeley BART TOD. The city of Berkeley is moving forward with zoning, both North Berkeley BART and Ashby for housing development there. And the Planning Commission had quite a lengthy hearing earlier this month about the potential zoning. And there are a couple options on the table. One is to zone at what AB 2923 requires, which is 7-story development. And there's also a proposal on the table to look at zoning for even higher than what AB 2923 requires. So they haven't made any decisions. There was a lot of public inputs on all sides of the issue, and they'll continue that public process. And then a few days later, Berkeley Council member Rashi Kisarwani and I held a community meeting at the North Berkeley BART station to get further input. And Abby Thorne-Lyman thankfully attended with us so she could answer some complicated technical questions, but that was well attended and there were lots of questions as well as concerns. And I think we were able to address a lot of them, though, not all of them. Some people are really excited about it and some people less so, but we'll continue to work with the community on those developments.
Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, President Foley. I was very excited to participate in the first Street Fest in 20 months. Dia de los Muertos took place in Fruitvale District on October 31st. And they cut back, they didn't have any vendors. It was all art and community booths. We had a tremendous booth. It just had something for everybody, kids, seniors. We were very busy talking with the families and about what's happened at BART over the last 20 months. I also attended at BART expense, the California Transit Association Fall Convention, which had a keynote speaker, Calvin Gladney from Smart Growth America. He just lit up the room and inspired everyone to think about, of course, putting the passenger first. And let's see, on the 15th, I was at Fruitvale Transit Village on a tour with Director Ames and Abigail Thorne-Lyman, along with BART's External Affairs, did a lot of work to help put that on. I really appreciated it. And yesterday was a Capitol Corridor Joint Powers Authority Board meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you. Director Ames.
I want to do a shout out to Director Rayburn and BART staff. Abby was there at Unity Council. There is just it's an amazing evolution. What happened at Fruitvale, it's a lot harder than I thought to develop a place that has community services, small businesses. There's no big box retail there. It's just a testament to the tenacity of the community, Director Rayburn and BART staff, frankly, and the Unity Council and other members. So I appreciate that visit, and I got a lessons learned packet from the group. They emailed it to me and I'm still going through the documentation. So I appreciate that very much. And I also met with Daniel Cooperman and the Alameda County. I forgot what the department is right now off the top of my head, but it was related to integrating the county services with what BART's doing with progressive policing. And it's really a work in progress. That's how I learned about the shelters in Hayward and Castro Valley. And I hope to attend a meeting with Daniel Cooperman in the future to learn about what Fremont's doing and how we can leverage their resources with ours and get these folks help through the progressive policing program, trying to get these folks to actually have results and getting beds and mental health services. So I'm still learning and appreciate Daniel Cooperman for inviting me to that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And I guess I'll wrap up with a special thank you to David Martindale, Roderick McFarland, and Joe Lash for their work on the toy drive graphics and artwork. It is greatly appreciated. So thank you very much on that. And with that, let's turn to our closed session agenda item. Oh, Vice President Saltzman.
I believe Director Rayburn had an in memoriam that I'm joining him on.
And I think we should do this before the closed session.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And well, colleagues, Director Saltzman and I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Alameda County Supervisor Wilma Chan. We remember and honor her as a champion of the community, a fierce leader, and a trusted colleague. Supervisor Chan has been a strong advocate for children and families for over 40 years. She started her public service in 1990 as an OUSD school board member. She led an illustrious and trailblazing career in service to Alameda County residents as the first Asian American to serve on our Board of Supervisors, and also the first Asian American to serve as a majority leader in the California State Assembly. Supervisor Chan represented, and I underline the word represented, District 3, which includes the cities of Alameda, San Leandro, portions of Oakland, including Chinatown, Jack London, Fruitvale, San Antonio, Melrose, Havens Court neighborhoods. District 3 also includes the unincorporated communities of San Lorenzo, Hayward, Acres, and a portion of Ashland. This April, at Fruitvale's new Casa Arabella, we celebrated on film the meaning of building affordable housing. Supervisor Chan had championed contributing County Measure A1 funds to the Fruitvale Transit Village Phase 2. We are indebted to her help on that project. And just recently on October 9th, we welcomed about 1,000 Chinese volleyball players to a tournament on several closed streets surrounding Lincoln Square Park in Oakland's Chinatown. She was filled with joy. She was the chair of the Health Committee, the All-In Steering Committee, and the Unincorporated Services Committee, and a member of the county's Personnel, Administrative, and Legislative Committee, Finance Committee, and Budget Work Group. Since taking office in January 2011, Supervisor Chan led several key policy and community-based initiatives, including saving San Leandro Hospital, preserving the emergency room, saving numerous jobs, and protecting the county's safety net, declaring a new war on poverty, a multi-year effort that calls upon the entire community to help remove the barriers that prevent individuals and families from achieving financial self-sufficiency. She launched the All In to End Hunger 2020 campaign to eliminate food insecurity in Alameda County. She was a leader on the board that secured $90 million to invest in unincorporated Alameda County.
Director Saltzman, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, let me just pull up the notes since I had
Sure.
put them away. Give me a second. Okay, let me see. Sorry, I need to figure out a way to see both at once. Okay, I might be repeating some, but I'm just going to go from here. From 2000 to 2006, Ms. Chan served in the California State Assembly, where she became the first woman and Asian American to be majority leader. She passed more than 70 bills and resolutions to champion healthcare coverage for all, senior services, early childhood education, environmental health, jobs, and economic development. She also carried landmark legislation to make affordable health insurance available to 800,000 uninsured California children. Her legislation included implementing a no lead standard in drinking water pipes and fixtures, and another that made California the first state to ban toxic flame retardants. In February 2016, the California Department of Toxic Substances Control announced that Mrs. Chan's legislation had resulted in a 39% decline in the level of flame retardants absorbed into women's breast milk since her bill was enacted in 2006. In 2010, it was one of her bills that blew the whistle on a major healthcare provider when it tried to implement a 33% rate increase in California. The widespread attention to this issue helped propel national healthcare reform to victory. Supervisor Chan held a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Wellesley College and a Master of Arts degree in education policy and administration from Stanford University. As we pay tribute to her legacy, we extend our thoughts to her 2 adult children and 2 grandchildren. The unexpected and tragic passing of Supervisor Chan is devastating, and she will be truly missed.
Thank you. Director Rayburn, you're muted if you wanted to have a concluding remark. You're still muted.
Thank you, Director Salzman, for rescuing me. I lost connection and then it muted. I would like to find and identify a fitting tribute to Wilma Chan's contributions. And I think because of her tragic loss as she was walking a dog and was run over by a motor vehicle, it would be fitting to create a parkway that is safe for pedestrians in Oakland's Chinatown. And one proposal has been informally discussed. As I noted, the International Chinese Volleyball Tournament took place on a closed-off 10th Street in Oakland, right in front of Lincoln Square Park. That could be the start of the parkway that would connect the Pacific Renaissance Center all the way to the Oakland Museum, the Laney College, and of course, Lake Merritt BART. She will be missed.
Thank you. Thank you, Directors Rayburn and Salzman. I appreciate the kind words for Wilma and her family. All right. So with that, let us now turn to the last agenda item, our closed session. The board will now enter closed session as listed on today's meeting agenda. We'll reconvene in open session at the conclusion of closed session. And let me ask Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right. So why don't we take 15 minutes or so, and maybe around 1:40, plan on trying to get back into closed session. And with that, we will then adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everyone.
Director Foley, hold on for 1 sec.
Madam Secretary, are we ready? All right.
2:55. Let's go.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and I appreciate everyone's patience. The board has concluded its closed session, and there is no announcement to be made. I want to wish everyone a happy and safe Thanksgiving. And the meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for today is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.